Hello YouTube, welcome back to another live stream. Okay, we are good to go. Itch my nose a bit. Alright, so we are back in Dwarf Fortress. The Numashul world, the Windy Realm. And of Kuron-Likot, the Holy Ink Fortress. It's 24 Malachite, it's midsummer, year 108. We're still a couple years away from 10 years on the fort. So let's fire it up. Okay. Let's see where are we at here. Running low on drinks again. Maybe it's time to put out another gather order. We have a lot of seeds. Maybe we should grow some quinoa. Make booze out of it. We're growing blueberries, raspberries, bilberries, more raspberries. There's only one seed there, so let's put some more quinoa there. More tower. Someone left their book there. Okay, so meat's back on the menu. We're gonna slaughter some animals. Hey Cindy, welcome back. Good to see you. Just in time to take stock of our animals. We're gonna slaughter some. We need to kill some donkeys. Okay, all the red ones are children. So, okay, that's the list. That's the list we need. Here, piggy. Yes. Yes, donkeys. We have too many of them. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh wow. So many. I don't even know where they came from. Like, I don't know if people have been bringing them with them or not, but yeah. And we might have to do some cats and dogs too, but we'll start with the donkeys. So, click, click, click. We're gonna click a bunch of buttons. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous number of animals. And it's at the point now where we can't even graze them anymore. They eat the grass way too quickly. So for the sake of our other animals, we need to cull the herd. Not as many as the water buffaloes. Yes, yes we are. Oh, not the babies, not the babies. Okay, we still have a ton of babies. Holy cow. Alright. That meat number is going to go up really fast. Yeah, absolute ridiculous number of animals right now. It's getting to the point where, you know, something has to be done. The grass is growing back, though. But I don't fancy moving them over to another pasture. That's going to be a real pain in the butt. So let's take some out. And then while they're doing that, let's get a gather order. See if we can get some plants. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh man, that's so much good stuff. Absolutely chock full. Midsummer is definitely the time to do it. So yeah, we are running out of booze, and that's not good. Yeah, look how much stuff we have. Holy cow. Just a nice, relaxing Dwarf Fortress stream. Hopefully no one goes berserk and has to be put down. Three donkeys have been slaughtered. Okay. Every time I see a skull pop up, I'm like, whoops, something happened. But no, we're slaughtering donkeys. What do you think donkey meat is called? Montreal smoked meat? I mean, the rumors of Montreal smoked meat was that they used to be horse meat. I don't know if I really believe that. It's really just, like, treated beef, I think, is all it is. I wouldn't be opposed to trying horse meat. Like, I've tried elk meat, I've tried deer meat. Ass meat? Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's funny. Ass meat. Yeah, we got the glute going. Holy crap. So many plants right now. Yeah, it's awesome. All these little flashing icons. Like, it's kind of hard to make them out with all the leaves there. But yeah, tons of plants. Tons. Absolutely tons. They're all berries and stuff like that. And that's what we make booze out of. See, the garbage pile is still going strong. I don't know why they dumped the stuff outside the door. Maybe it's to give it an intimidating look, you know. People will show up and they'll be like, oh, you have a pile of bones outside your door. Very nice. Okay, and then we need to make barrels too. So we are always running out of barrels. Okay, we'll make 20 barrels. We have tons of wood still. Tons of wood over here too. Tons of food. This is a ridiculous amount of resources in this map. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait, what? I had already forgotten what I was talking about. But yeah, I think so too. But like, I have a dump here. There is a dump here, but they don't seem to want to use it. There's vomit on the water somehow. Okay. 5 donkeys have been slaughtered already. Working at a good pace. I'm gonna tear this wall down. How do I tear this down? Yeah, there we go. Take that down. Don't need it. Okay, another thing I need to do. I need to make weapons. Because we're going to recruit a couple more squads. Iron. Iron battle axe. Let's make 20 iron battle axes. Okay, we have our gold statues ready. Let's put them around the place. Keep building after placement. Gold statue of dwarves. Gold statue of Edom Glove tunneled. I don't know who that is. Gold statue of a mosquito. Put some gold statues in here. There you go. We don't have any more statues. Yeah, 10 gold statues. Very nice. Should spice things up a bit. Once they're constructed, we'll be able to take a look at them and get more detail about what they are. Okay, the stills are still working. But we're out of barrels, so we need more barrels. Meat barrel. Yeah, you get a lot of meat from animals. I thought you just got meat like in other games, but they give you the whole thing. You get brains, you get kidneys, spleen, sweetbread, tripe, liver, lungs, heart, intestine. Absolute crap ton of food. I mean, it's all stuff I wouldn't want to eat, but I'm sure they don't mind. Prepared water buffalo intestine. Sounds delicious. This is a stack of 37 finely prepared twice, finely prepared water buffalo intestines roast. The ingredients are superiorly minced water buffalo tallow, finely minced water buffalo meat, masterfully minced water buffalo meat, and superiorly minced prepared water buffalo intestines. Oh, nice. So it's like sausage then. Sounds delicious. Finely minced, masterfully minced. Our fungus farm is growing. Can we gather anything from this? We can gather some stuff. Kind of nice when your food just grows on its own. So, with this game, Cindy, they just released Adventure Mode last week. And what Adventure Mode is you make a single character, and you explore the world, a Dwarf Fortress world. So, sometime in the future, we'll give it a shot, see how it goes. I mean, it's a free update, and people are enjoying it. I kind of want to get to 10 years with this just to see if we can make it. We've been doing pretty good so far. We've only had 2 attacks, a Minotaur and some zombies. Take a look here. Oh, they built some roads. I don't think those roads were there before. So there's humans here. All these abandoned monasteries. We are at year 108. So we are on our 8th year. Just looking for something to explore here. That tomb. There's a monastery here. Goblin Fort. And a human castle. Okay, we could attack the Goblin Fort. Let's do that. Let's send our army. We're going to raid them. Yeah, let's do it. We're going to raid the Goblin Fort of Vale Ghoul. Population 40. Let's do it. Hopefully no one attacks us in the meantime. So unlike Stardew Valley, this game is 12-month years, but the months are 28 days. So the year's a bit shorter. Can I look at the calendar? Oh, we can have stuff like that. Wait. Oh, cool. So I can put spots where we can just flip through. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, well, let's do one for where our gold mine is. Okay, gold mine. Okay, now you don't have to scroll to do that. Okay, that's stockpile. Oh, I did put a dump here. I thought I was going crazy, but I did put a dump here. So there you go. That's why they're dumping the stuff there. Okay. I'm going to remove this zone. Unlock that stuff. And dump it. So there was a reason they were doing it, Cindy. I wasn't going crazy. There was a reason. So hopefully someone will come and pick it up and chuck it in the river so it's not taking up space. Okay, our warriors are off to raid Baelgul. It's not going to start a war. Like, this is only a neutral facility. Yeah, we could even do something like dump them in the caves, too. Like, you could just dig a pit and dump everything in the pit. I've seen blinds throw cats into a cave to scout out the area because you get vision over your pets. So he threw these caves into a pit and had them explore the cave for him. Yeah, someone should go clean that stuff up eventually. We're still busy gathering stuff. They work really quickly. Okay. That's them on their way out. Cheese. We can get cheese. We have cheese. I didn't know we had cheese. Leaves and fruit. We have a lot of leaves. Muskmelons. Where'd those come from? We have tons of bilberries. Tons of blueberries. Tons of raspberries. Apricots. Pears. And caperberries. So that should all turn into booze. But yeah, dwarves aren't concerned with pollution. We're at 16,000 food. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like, some places that you can spawn have very little food. But I think those ones don't grow as quickly. Like, I think we grew quickly because we had so much food. Yak bowl. Hull. Oh, they're using the yak to hull to haul stuff. Okay, let's see if those statues have been placed yet. Gold statue of mosquito. This is a finely crafted gold statue of a mosquito. The item is finely designed image of a mosquito in gold by Tekkud Vesithesapon. This is a superior quality gold statue of Edom Glove Tunneled. The item is superiorly designed image of Edom Glove Tunneled, the dwarf and dwarves in the gold by Tekkud Vesithesapon. Edom Glove Tunnel is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Edom Glove Tunnel to the position of militia commander of the Rack of Influencing in the midsummer of 100. Interesting. So they do have stories. Okay, 18 donkeys slaughtered so far. Getting some more barrels. That's good. They're still producing alcohol, which is great. Let's make more barrels, just in case. Make another 30 barrels. Oh, there's just donkey meat everywhere. They must have ran out of barrels big time. There's just donkey meat laying on the floor. Can we make this bigger? Okay, I hope it doesn't rot while it's sitting on the floor. That would suck. Prepared donkey intestines. Yes, let's just leave them on the floor. What about these bins? They're not doing anything with the bins. Yeah, that's fine. Are you making battle axes? We're working on it. Do we have charcoal? No, we do not. We need more charcoal. Make charcoal! We still have a ton of gold bars. Once he's done that axe order, maybe we'll make some more statues. They're nice. Another statue of Edom Glove Tunnel. People must like that guy. Is he still alive? Well, he's not here. Is he in the army? No, I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. If he died or what. Something happened to him. Okay, maybe we should make this bigger too. I'm not sure what they do with the old barrels. They seem to throw them out somehow, which sucks because then we have to make more. It's not a big deal. We did have some elves show up and complain about us cutting down trees. Elves will do that. They will complain if you cut down trees, stuff like that. Because elves don't cut down trees. What they do is the trees will grow their stuff for them. So a fully formed chair or a fully formed table will grow from a tree. It's very interesting. You can play as an elf in adventure mode. I don't know if you have the same restrictions as an elf in adventure mode, like they wear wooden armor and wooden weapons. So they're pretty easy to beat in battle. Like against dwarves with iron armor, they're gonna lose, even in huge quantities. Because the material of their equipment makes a big difference. Like I watched a stream where Blinds made them wear shell armor. And shell armor is such low quality that you can't even put it in a gear set. You have to get them to equip like anything and anything and whatever. And if there's only shell armor, then they'll equip that. It looks cool, but it's crap. It has absolutely no protection whatsoever. Iron is great. Iron does everything well. It's easy to find, easy to make. Steel is the best, but iron is way more easy to make. I don't know really how to make steel. I know we need flux, but we don't have any flux in the map we're on. So I haven't been able to experiment with that. It wasn't something I looked at when I picked this Embark. So no big deal. Like, the thing about Dwarf Fortress is eventually you're going to start a new map and do things over again, and it'll be a totally different story that time. And we can even use the same world. Like, we could use this same map and just put our fort somewhere else. Like, we could go to this savannah over here. The sizzling field. There's no civilization here. In fact, there's not much civilization in over half the map. There's a lot of goblins. Oh, there's dwarves over here too. So if we had joined, say, this dwarf faction, then we could, say, go to war with the goblins next to us and kill them. 8 days travel. Yeah, that's a long ways to go. But we're over here. We're next to some human villages. Yeah, that goblin fort. The goblin fort is what do you say? It's exposed. It's by itself, so it's not that big of a deal if we go after it. And if the goblins attack, then that'll be exciting for us. So he's working on the battle axes. Okay, let's check our donkey list. Yep, still a lot of donkeys left to go. Absolutely ridiculous. So Cindy, we were watching an episode of Psych. And, you remember Twin Peaks, eh? They did a Twin Peaks episode. They called it Dual Spires. And I was like, Dual Spires? That sounds kind of like Twin Peaks. And it was. They had a whole bunch of actors from the show in the episode, which was fantastic. And they even filmed it like an episode of Twin Peaks with people saying weird stuff. Yeah. And holy crap, it was really enjoyable. And people doing weird dances, people with eye patches, people in polygamous relationships. It was very funny. I really enjoyed that. We love Twin Peaks. We watched it last year. And it's one of the weirdest TV shows I've ever seen in my life. And if you've never heard of it, it's by director David Lynch. He did the original Dune movie, Dune 1984. If you don't know what Dune is, it's from an author named Frank Herbert. It's the desert planet and the spice melange. He who controls the spice controls Arrakis. He who controls Arrakis controls the universe. It's a fantastic movie. Not his best work, because it was like his first and pretty much only Hollywood movie. Because all the movies he makes are like art films. He gets French people to help him make his movies, because the French have an eye for cinema as well. So yeah, David Lynch died a few weeks ago. I think he was 78. Not bad. And yeah, he was a smoker. He smoked for 60 years. And he got emphysema, and even though he quit smoking, the damage was done. So he died a couple years later. But at least he was able to quit. So he died, and we watched one of his... It's basically his most popular movie called Mulholland Drive. And it's about an actress who goes to Hollywood and goes through all this weird stuff. And at the end, there's a twist. I don't want to spoil the twist, because you can watch Mulholland Drive on... What do you call it? Amazon Prime. And... It's a great movie. It's weird, super weird. Like when you watch the end of it, you'll be like, "What did I just watch?" But yeah, that was really good. So yeah, it was cool to see Psych do a what do you call it? A nod to them. Like there's tons of references, like names of characters. They called the place the old sawmill. You know, it was really fun. Okay, we're out of raspberry bushes, so let's make some more quinoa. Okay, we are growing the blueberries. Okay, raspberry seeds. We're out of raspberries. Okay, he's planting a piece of quinoa there. A pilgrim and a prophet are visiting. 29 donkeys have been slaughtered so far, yes. Keep cooking that. Keep making barrels. We haven't made any shell stuff in a while. Yeah, they're making buffalo bone bolts. Make shell crowns. That's kind of the only thing that we make that we can sell, because it's basically trash, and you're selling it. So there's not much we can buy. They don't seem to really bring a lot with the caravans. Even when you request stuff, they don't really bring a whole lot. But it's good to have some stuff available to sell, just in case. Sometimes they have things like wild animals in cages, which are really cool. It's a easy way of getting certain animals. But they don't always have the right sex. Like sometimes it's all males or all females or whatever. You really want to get a breeding pair. And that's what happened here. I don't know where this blood came from. It's just kind of doing its thing. It's barley wine and Ustath Bolt Whip's dwarf blood. Seems to be self-replicating. Spattering of donkey blood. Well, that makes sense. That should be there. Donkey and water buffalo blood. That should be there. But what are these guys doing? Are they fishing? They're just hanging out on the bridge. That's cool. We're also watching Star Wars. We watched episode 7. I forget what it's called. Here, let me look that up. I need to know. Episode 7. The Force Awakens. Yeah. So we watched The Force Awakens. And it was Disney's first main Star Wars movie. And all I could say is, I was kind of bored watching it. I know that there's a lot of nostalgia with the old Star Wars, because I saw them as a kid. But when I compare old Star Wars to the new Star Wars, the new Star Wars is just kind of boring. Like, they don't do any character development. They basically show the character do something, and that's their development. So, Rey, oh, she can climb, and she's a scavenger. Look how hard she works. Okay, that's great. Oh, Finn, he's a stormtrooper, but he has a conscience. Look how brave he is. Okay, that's great. BB-8, the droid. Oh, look how cute he is. He's just a little ball. Yeah, but he has no sense of humor. He doesn't joke around with people like C-3PO or R2-D2. Like, R2-D2 is always throwing jokes out. So it's just kind of boring. And then, like, the best character is probably the secondary character, Poe Dameron. Like, he's the rebel pilot. And he basically shows up and saves the day. So, like, he's probably the coolest guy in the whole movie. Because he has a personality. So, like, Finn is always scared. Rey is always brave. And then Han Solo and Chewbacca are Han Solo and Chewbacca, you know? And they were kind of the thing that got them to make the movie. Like, if Harrison Ford hadn't agreed to act in that movie, they would have had to completely rewrite the whole script. But he was like, sure, I'll do it one more time. And, yeah. But Mark Hamill, every time he went to an event for Star Wars, he's like, I'm telling you, you're going to be disappointed. I'm warning you. And he did. He warned us like 50 times. And nobody listened. Because episode 7, 8, and 9 all made over $1 billion. So they're the best-selling Star Wars movies, but they're the worst of the bunch, in my opinion. You know, if you have kids and they haven't seen any of the old ones, the new ones are okay. They're still a little bit dark. I wouldn't say they're great for tiny kids, but if they're like 10 years old or something like that, then they might be able to understand what's happening. But, yeah, I just don't know why they don't care about the old generations anymore. Star Wars had what was called the Expanded Universe, which was all the books, all the games, the cartoons, all the stuff that happened outside the main movies. And it was a very full universe. Like, they wrote the story up to, like, 20, 30 years after Return of the Jedi. With the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Yeah, I blame Disney, too, because they're the ones that had the rights to the IP, and they're the ones that did what they did. And there's a... I'll see if I can find that article, but there's a list of all the Star Wars projects currently in production. Yeah, upcoming Star Wars movies and beyond. So here, listen to this. Okay, this is every Star Wars thing that's been announced so far. Okay? Andor Season 2, Vision Season 3, Mandalorian and Grogu movie next year. Ahsoka Season 2, Taika Waititi Star Wars movie, James Mangold's Dawn of the Jedi movie, Dave Filoni's Mandoverse New Republic movie, Sharman Obaid-Chinoy's New Jedi Order movie, Simon Kinberg's Star Wars trilogy, that's 3 movies, Sean Levy, Ryan Gosling Untitled Star Wars movie, Star Wars Rogue Squadron movie, Mandalorian Season 4 / The Book of Boba Fett Season 2, Lando Calrissian movie, Rangers of the New Republic TV series, Untitled J.D. Dillard and Matt Owens movie, Rian Johnson's Star Wars trilogy, that's 3 movies, Kevin Feige's Star Wars movie, and David Benioff's and D.B. Weiss's Star Wars movies. Movies, plural. That's like over 20 things in development right now. Like, have they ever heard the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket? Like, they are spending billions of dollars. I mean billions of dollars on all these Star Wars projects. And they're going to be shit. Like, everything Star Wars has made, people are just so hard up for Star Wars that they say it's great. Like, people love The Mandalorian. They love the Boba Fett story. They love Ahsoka. They love Andor. And the thing is, yeah, they're okay, but they're not great. So, if you're just making okay shit, you know, what's the point? Like, they're just pumping it out like an assembly line. And that's not how the original Star Wars movies were made. Like, when George Lucas started making Star Wars, he had a grand vision. And this is why I love the old Star Wars, is because this guy, by himself, made up a whole universe with aliens and planets and ships, all this stuff that had to be designed and built for the sets of the movie. And he did it in the 70s, where they didn't have computers. Well, if they did, they weren't anything like they do now. They didn't have the computers that they have now. You know, absolutely amazing that he ever made that stuff in the first place. And, he took time to make 1, 2, and 3 because he wanted to make the movies he wanted to make. And they're good. Yeah, some people don't like Star Wars, but, for those that do, they're really good movies. And they're exciting movies. Like, I really enjoy watching the old Star Wars because it's an adventure, right? And what's the difference between adventure and action? Adventure is exciting. Action is thrilling. Like, adventure you get invested in, but action is just something you witness on a screen, right? So action's fine, but if all you have is action, there's no spirit to it. And that's the thing the old Star Wars movies did well, was they developed their characters very well. Like, Princess Leia. Oh, thieves. Are they stealing my garbage? You can have garbage, that's fine. Yeah, like, it's a very subtle difference, but, you have to, like, some people don't think that you can criticize something you like. I disagree with that. I think the more you like something, the more critical you should be. Like, if I didn't give a shit about video games, I wouldn't talk about them. Same with movies, If I didn't care, I wouldn't talk about them. But I freaking love them. Like, I'm a huge nerd. And rightfully so, because it's good stuff. Like, Mission Impossible, right? He's made like 10 of them. And he looks the same as he did when he made the first one. And it's all pretty much the same thing over and over again. What's his name? Tom Cruise doing stunts, which is impressive. It's impressive he does his own stunts. But I don't really care because it's the same movie. Like, when Mission Impossible started, it was a spy movie. Yeah, exactly, a vampire. Hollywood vampire. And he has necromancers working for him. So, the first Mission Impossible was a spy movie. But then by the third movie, it was all action. And, like, action's impressive, but you kind of get desensitized to it after a while. Kind of like soldiers on the front line. Eventually you see so much action, it kind of loses its surprise. So, that's the thing. Like, he just keeps making them, and they just keep going. Yeah, brand, exactly, yeah. So, and it's all funded by Scientology. Like, if you're a Scientologist, you can believe whatever you want, but I think it's kind of silly to believe in something that was made by a science fiction writer. But if that's what gives you strength, go for it, Like, I'm allowed to have a different opinion. That's why we live in a free and just society. You can have your own opinion and not be killed for it. So, I don't really think of Scientology as a religion because it doesn't have the history of Christianity or Islam or Judaism. It doesn't have that history. Maybe in 1,000 years, when Scientology's been around for 1,000 years, then you could call it a religion. But it's just not. And I'm not going to get into more detail about that because there's all kinds of groups, right? We'll just call them groups that have weird rules and weird ways of life, And it's easy to judge people that are different because you can just say, hey, they're different, whatever. But the thing is, you have to look at what do they get out of doing that. So like the Amish and the Mennonites, there's two groups. There's those that forsake technology and those that embrace it. And the ones that embrace technology still live very simply, but they have phones, they have computers, they have all that stuff. Like my mom on Instagram, she's either Amish or Mennonite, I'm not sure what. But this woman that does cooking, Amish or Mennonite cooking, and she shows you how to make all kinds of really tasty things. And it's good stuff because they don't use processed products. They make everything themselves. So that's a really good example of how to make stuff. Right? And that stuff is cool. That's why I like studying things. Like, if you're studying it on your own, it's interesting. But I grew up in a Christian family. I went to church, I learned about stuff, and, it was interesting. But as a kid, you kind of just want to play video games and stuff, right? Like, you don't care about going to church. But as an adult, I find it very interesting because it's historically and culturally relevant. Like all religion is, because it's been around for so long. It comes from a time in human history where we couldn't just look things up on the internet. Now we have AI to do searches for us. And I kind of like that, the AI overviews, because you want to look something up, it'll take like the first 5 websites, it'll read them, and then give you an overview. It's really good. But sometimes it's misleading. So that's the thing. AI is a powerful tool, but it's not refined yet. So it's not a perfect tool. So you got to be careful where you get your information from. Like in university, they said don't use Wikipedia, which I don't understand why, but they wanted you to go for scholarly sources. Scholarly sources being people that work at a university or a college and do research. Because they only want information from people like them, because they believe they're the ones that hold the key to knowledge. Well, that's not true. You know, I learned way more working at Tim Hortons than I ever did in school. And yeah, school teaches you math and science and all that stuff, but when do you use it, right? Like, I used math in my job every single day, and that's important because some people can't do that. Like, some people can't do math in their head, and that's kind of a problem now where, you know, we're so dependent on using our cell phone calculator that we will forgo doing simple math. Like, I try to do basic addition and subtraction, but like if I spend more than 5 seconds on it, I get frustrated. You know, it should be like that, but you have to practice, right? You have to practice all the time. That's why they do the tables, right? It's a drill to say, oh, as soon as you recognize a certain equation, you already know what the answer is. And that's kind of how I learned math. It wasn't by learning how to calculate stuff. It was by drilling the results and memorizing the results. So every time I see 9 times 9, I know it's 81. You know, I don't have to think about it. I just know it's 81. And it would be funny if I was wrong. But yeah, you know, and that's the way it is with everything. Like, the more you drill yourself on something, the better you get at it. So like, you know, I could learn how to do stuff like quantum stockpiles in this game, but I kind of like figuring it out myself. I like just letting it happen naturally, you know? Like, I find it enjoyable to not know something. Because then when you figure it out, that's great. Like, when I play video games on stream and there's a puzzle, I try not to cheat, but, you know, eventually I will. And since I stopped smoking weed, I have a bit more endurance for that stuff now. Like, I was playing Fallout, and there was a puzzle where you have to put these blocks down to build a bridge, and then you have to put these blocks that reflect a laser and have it reflect to a target. So you have to collect all these blocks, put them together, and shoot the laser into a thing. It's hard. Like, the first couple, yeah, you can kind of figure that out, but the 5th one, the last one, you had to, like, go to all these different areas, collect blocks, tear all that down, and then build another thing that goes... You had to, like, bend a laser around a block, like a pyramid, bend it around, so you had to find the refractors first, and then you have to shoot it into a thing which shoots another laser, and then you have to refract that laser back to the starting point. And the solution is not something you would just know. Like, I had to, like, build one bridge going out to a side that... I'm like, why would I go this way? I hope this works. Like, you think you have to shoot it directly to the front of it, but you could shoot it in from the side, and that's what I did. So I beat it without cheating. So, good for me. And, yeah, like, that's what I appreciate about video games, is they're puzzles, right? They're puzzles and they're experiences. And the more you play, the more you learn, and you get better at it, and you can share that experience with other people. Like, that's the best part about video games is... everyone picks up a game, you go to school or you go to a party and you talk to other people and you share your experiences, and that's great. Like, you can't really do that with movies. Like, whenever I'd go to see a movie with friends, it would become a debate about what you thought about the movie. And I don't want to debate stuff. I just want to have fun and experience it. But some people like debating. Like, oh, this point versus this point, we need to find the truth. Well, the truth is both points are valid, right? Like, everyone's different. So I don't really like debating. Like, we did debates at the school, and I just hated being in a position where I had to debate something that I didn't agree with. Like, this is not my personal opinion, so how can I argue it? You know? It just made no sense to me. Yet, debating is one of these things that is so widely accepted. Like presidential debates, right? Oh, we gotta see how well they can fire points across at each other. That doesn't show them as a good leader. It's just a debate, right? It doesn't show you anything. Because they can say whatever they think they have to say. Right? That's what a debate is. Say what you think you have to say. It's the same thing as arguing a case in court. You know? It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Like that movie Mulholland Drive. When you watch it and you get to the end, you will want to watch the movie again just to see it over. Like, and not many movies can do that because most movies are pretty straightforward. They don't want you to think. But yeah, like sometimes movies stick with you, and if you enjoy them, that's great. Like you love Underworld, right? Underworld is a great series. And if you go behind the scenes, they have stuff like for the Lycans, the people wore these special boots to give them werewolf feet, and then they just CGI'd the body on. And that stuff is really interesting, seeing how special effects are made. You know, it's amazing. And then you have movies like Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, where everything on set is made. It's real. Okay. Why can't they get into my site? That's kind of weird. They're setting up the previous one? Yeah, and you know what? A lot of movies don't do that. Yeah, I haven't watched Underworld in a while, so I don't exactly remember how it goes. But yeah, I believe you. Why can't they go through? Maybe I need to build this outside. Cloth bins. Why is there all this stuff here? Potato plants? This item is being traded. The heck? Well, let's build another one outside of the fort. Where is it? Trade depot. Yeah, like a good series to compare Underworld to is Resident Evil. Resident Evil movies are based off of a game, but what they take from the game is just the characters. The first Resident Evil movie, where Alice was normal, she hadn't discovered her potential yet. It looks like they're coming in. Yeah, how could they not make that? The first movie is good because she doesn't have her powers, but by the second movie, she has her powers, and she's doing stuff like rappelling down a building while shooting stuff. And that just doesn't happen in the games. Like, you don't do stuff like that until Resident Evil 6, which is accepted as probably the worst Resident Evil of the series. Unless you like watching insane things. Like, there's this scene in Resident Evil 6 where a truck explodes and you're running down a street and all the cars are exploding behind you, one after the other. They're all exploding, and then a helicopter lands and you have to jump on the helicopter and you kick someone off of you and they fall into the fire and die. But you have to like push buttons to do it, which is really frustrating. But it makes for an incredible scene. And that's the thing about the Star Wars, right? Like, they take characters and scenes. I am your liaison. Let's discuss your situation. Okay, we want more plants. Okay, I just saw seeds. Plump helmet spawn. Get me that. And then plants. Plump helmets. Yep. Oh, you can request multiple things. I wasn't sure if we could do that. Bread and goblets. Yeah. Well, we won't really worry about making that. Okay, well, I'm going to cancel that construction because they came through. But yeah, so like there's really good Star Wars games out there. They're all really good. Even like Jedi Survivor, which is basically Uncharted meets Star Wars because you're like doing wall running and like climbing and all that kind of stuff. Like people are really impressed by climbing. I am because I couldn't do it. Like if I try to do a pull up, I'll just fall off. But like people that can climb stuff, that's really impressive. It's one of the things humans can do very well. Because when you see the people that are good at it and they're free climbing a mountain, it's like, how the hell do you do that? But they can, you know? Like humans can do a lot of incredible things. And you know, sci-fi is no different. Like the Force, right? The Force was originally of an energy field that surrounded us. But then they said, oh, it's in your blood. Like, what? You know, that's way less interesting, you know? Oh, it's in the blood. So it's all about potential, you know? That's kind of boring. Like, Anakin Skywalker is basically Jesus Christ because he was born from the Force. You know, he had no father. Which is, you know, it's kind of making him into a deity, which I don't really agree with. Like, I think it should have been just he was special, you know? Like, he has potential. He can tap into the Force rather than the Force is in him. But, you know, George Lucas wanted to do that, so that's fine. I don't agree with it, but that's fine. Because, like, if it was a force of nature, well, then anyone can be affected by it. That's how it works, right? Like, when you do a Jedi mind trick, that person's affected by the Force because they're a living being. And you tap into that and you mess with them, right? Or, like, tapping into the life that surrounds us, right? Like the air. You know, there's stuff in the air. You know, it's a living thing, right? So you could tap into that to push someone or pull them or whatever. You know, like it made sense that way. But oh no. And with the Disney Star Wars, they basically did the same thing. There's a show called The Acolyte where this woman gives birth to twins without a father. And it's like, okay, well, we've seen this before, right? But the thing is, when they talk about Anakin being born, they only say one line about it. Oh, there was no father. And that's it. They don't talk about it ever again. So it's really easy to miss. But with the Acolyte, they kind of hit you on the nose with it. And if you don't agree with the Force being a part of your living being, then, you know, it's kind of silly. Like, I don't care if people want to write stories like that, but, like, they're changing the lore. And when you change the lore, you know, there's going to be feedback, there's going to be feedback. Like, people are going to complain. So, a little bit silly, but that's why I think of Star Wars as science fantasy. Same with Star Trek. I call them science fantasy, not science fiction. Science fiction tries to play within the rules of reality, whereas science fantasy just creates new rules. So like Star Trek with its tachyons and time travel, and Star Wars with the Force, you know, it's all fantasy. And that's cool. Like, I like fantasy, right? Like Dungeons and Dragons. They have different editions, and they made 4th edition, and they killed off a bunch of gods, and made the world a more dangerous place, and they made the game more complicated, and people, like, hated it, so they changed it. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, so, like, this is the thing I'm good at, is English, right? English comprehension. You know, I can read a book, or I can watch a movie, or I can play a game, and I can see the fine points about the story and the world building, and I can turn that into a presentation, you know? English was always my best class. I didn't always perform the best because I didn't do the work, but most of my teachers said I was really good at it. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to stop smoking weed. I wanted to get that back. I want to have that. I want to be able to talk during a stream and have good points and be interesting, you know? I don't want to just sit here and play a game. You know, I want to have things to say. So, this is one of the reasons why I like Dwarf Fortress, because you're here, Cindy. I have someone to talk to, and we do have a couple other people watching, and that's great. You know, everyone is welcome. And I'll try not to offend anyone, but, like, I do want to make some points about stuff, right? So, like this game, you know, the whole point of this game, it's like an ant farm, you know? You wind it up, and you let it go, and then you just watch things happen. And, we've slaughtered 47 donkeys so far, which is incredible. Incredible that we have that many donkeys. Let's take a quick look at our stock. Yeah, we took them all out. So now all we have left is the adolescent ones. We can cook them too, but I'm gonna wait till they grow up. So we made about 1,000 meat off of that. Just fantastic. We're making drinks, also fantastic. You know, this game is like, it can be hard depending on where you go. Like, if I check the world map, if we were to go here, like this savannah, there would be wild animals that might attack you. You know, like lions and stuff like that, or there might be elephant people or things like that. This kind of looks like a dinosaur. Here's the head. Here's the hump. Here's the tail. Looks like a dinosaur. Or like a frozen biome. Like there's even evil biomes, okay? Like, I watched Blind do a stream where he went to a place where when it rained, it turned you into a zombie. And people would show up to go into the fort and they'd get attacked by zombies and turned into zombies. And then the zombies would come into the fort and he would catch them in cages. And then he dug into the Underdark, the caverns, and these Batmen were showing up to attack. And he released the zombies into the area with the Batmen, and the zombies killed all the Batmen, which was fantastic to watch. And then he even had a thing where he could pump lava into a room and burn everything to death. Oh, there's the blood again. It just kind of shows up whenever. And, yeah, just melted everything with lava. It was really cool. We watched a new show last night. It got cut off because of the stupid recording of Canadian Broadcasting Channel. But it's called Watson. And it's about like Sherlock Holmes dies. I don't think he's really dead. I think he's hiding. Same with Moriarty. So like Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty are struggling at next to a river with a gun, and the gun goes off, and then they both fall into the river. And Watson jumps in after them, and then next thing he knows, he wakes up in the hospital with a head injury. And Watson's a doctor, right? So in Sherlock Holmes's will, he funds a clinic for Watson to work at, a diagnostic clinic. So it's basically trying to be House, but Sherlock Holmes. And so we watched it, and you know, I get that doctors are like sophisticated and they're smart and they're all this and that, but I love House. I think House is one of the best TV shows of all time because the acting is fantastic, the plots are good, and he teaches you good stuff. Like, everybody lies, which is true. Like, people lie without even knowing they're lying, you know? So they're trying to diagnose this patient with FFI. It's like insomnia. Yeah, oh, of course he does, right? Like, he wants to be a doctor too. So like, House is great for like teaching you how to diagnose something, right? Like, they did their research with the medical terminology and stuff like that, and they do a pretty good job of it. But like, you know, it's a showcase of exotic diseases and stuff like that. But the main thing that he does is he manipulates people. So like, doing bets with his underlings and beating them and making money. and then they learn how to do that, and they start doing it too, and they get pretty good at it. And by the time in the show, when everyone moves away and does their own thing, you can kind of see how he's a proud father, but he's also sad because all his favorite people have left. And then the new generation comes on, and they're good too. Like, a lot of them were really interesting. And that's the best part about that show, is the acting is really good. Because acting is hard, okay? I know because I did drama in school. And becoming a character that's convincing, that's really hard to do. That's why so many actors are crazy. Because when you are changing your whole personality to fit another person, you know, it's hard to do. And you have to have a really strong mind to be able to do that. I can't do that. Like, I'm too much my own person. And I'll never change, hopefully. Unless it's for the better of someone else, you know? Like, sometimes you gotta change things. Like, I don't want to smoke weed anymore, you know? That's a good thing. Oh, you think Shia LaBeouf's a good actor? Like, the only thing I've really seen him in is Transformers and Indiana Jones. And I like to make fun of him because of his memes. But yeah, I guess he is pretty good. And Jim Carrey, yeah. Jim Carrey is a character actor, right? Like, he tries to become a different person. But I find that Jim Carrey is always a little bit himself, too. Like, one of my favorite method acting. Yeah, they do method acting. One of my favorite actors is Gary Oldman, who, when he does a movie, like, he transforms his appearance, and he transforms his personality into something different. Like, the last movie I saw him in was The Fifth Element, and he's playing the villain. And, yeah, he's fantastic. Like Dracula, right? He's so cool. Yeah, so The Fifth Element, he plays the villain, and the director of the movie, I forget his name, he's French, but he did the movie as a favor, right? He's like, I didn't really like that character, but I did it for my friend, and then he set him up with another movie. I forget what it is, but yeah, like he's great, you know. Like, I didn't even recognize him. Yeah, exactly. Like Christian Bale. People like his Batman. I think it's terrible. I really don't like Christian Bale's Batman. I think it's way too goofy. And they don't make it like a comic book movie. They make it like a real-life action movie. So I'm not a huge fan of them. That's a very controversial opinion because a lot of people love it. I love the Tim Burton Batmans because it's like a comic book movie and he even films it in a weird way. But my absolute favorite Batman is the 90s Batman cartoon, Kevin Conroy. Because he's not overbearing, he's got a cool voice, and, you know, he's not a jerk, right? Like, I don't really think Batman is a brooding, dark horse. I think he has a lot of love in him, and he doesn't get to show that enough, because people misunderstand him. Like, oh, Batman is so scary. Well, what's scary about Batman is not his ability to beat people up. It's that he's willing to do whatever it takes to take care of business. So, like, Justice League Batman, he builds a frickin' space station. Like, he builds a space station so he can spy on Earth and protect Earth, right? Like, what do you think he does to make that money? Like, he's basically like Elon Musk. Like, Elon Musk has the Boring Company, which is kind of a play on words because boring is also digging, right? So he makes tunnels, and that's how he paid for his SpaceX and Tesla. Don't buy a Tesla because he's not there to make a good car. He's there to make money, right? But people buy the hype, and they put him on a pedestal, and they shouldn't because he's not that interesting of a person, okay? Like, here's Elon Musk. He's a billionaire, right? He wants to be the best at video games. So Diablo 4 and what was the other game? Path of Exile 2. He plays the game to get to the top, but what he actually does is he pays people to play it for him, and then he takes all the credit. And he's trying to show off to all these nerds. Like, he's trying to show off to people like me, people that don't make a lot of money, but play video games because it's a hobby. Like, I don't give a shit that he plays Diablo 4. Like, I don't care if he's the best player. I don't care if he legitimately is the best player. I don't care if you're the best at a video game. Diablo 4 is shit. If he was the best at Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, I'd be impressed because that's a great game. But Diablo 4, absolute shit. And why? It's a live service. Battle Pass, you know, there's a meme online where, oh, it's the BlizzCon show in a nutshell. And they say Battle Pass like 20 times because that's what they're selling. They're not selling you a game. The game is a vector to sell you microtransactions, to sell you a seasonal content, to sell you live service. Because it makes money. Because people get so invested in it that they spend money that they shouldn't. Like premium currency. So there's a game that me and my brothers and Cindy's oldest son used to play. It's called Destiny. Destiny 1, fantastic. One of the best games ever made. Destiny 2 started off really good. It was exactly the same as the first one. And then they brought out a couple of expansions. And then they're like, you know what? We're going to convert to live service. So what's live service? Seasonal content that gets thrown out when it's done. So you play a mini game for a month. They shut it down. They put up a new one. And it's $10 for the season pass. Because that's how you get all the good stuff. Well, by the time you've done 10 seasons, you spent more than you spent more than what you spent on the game. And that doesn't even count the microtransactions of cosmetic items. Like, people want their characters to look really cool, but instead of grinding for that gear, they're spending money on silver, or whatever it's called, and buying stuff. And it's designed so that you'll never spend all of your premium currency. You'll always have some left over. So you'll always be tempted to buy a little bit more to get another item. And that's insidious. That's basically gambling. Because people get addicted to that. And it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. I hate that. But the sad thing is, it makes a lot of money. Look at Grand Theft Auto 5. One of the greatest games in history. Where did they make their money? Multiplayer. Because you can go onto the PlayStation Store and you can buy $1 million for like $50 US. Well, now you have $1 million in the game. Cool, but what are you going to buy with it? A house? You know, you could be one of those nerds that spends $100 and buys the fighter jet and ruins everyone else's fun. Like, we're driving down the road and some knob in a fighter jet is blowing us up. Like, fuck off, asshole. So that shit's dumb, but it makes money because of what they call whales. Whales are people with too much money, not enough time. So they put all their money into these games to get ahead really quickly, and then they stop playing. You know? Like, no life, right? Like, I love video games, but yeah. It ruined it for us. We used to play it all the time, and it ruined it for us. So we don't do it anymore, because they kept on trying to sell you stuff. So, yeah, I don't really agree with that. Like, I'm not so obsessed with the game that I'm going to buy all the content. Like, I'm not anymore. So, like, for me, that game was Total War Warhammer 3. Or Warhammer. There's 3 of them, right? I used to buy the DLC as soon as it came out, but I haven't played any of the DLC in years. Like, I like the Vampire Counts, which is a Game 1 faction. And their extra lord was a free lord. Like, I didn't have to pay for Vlad von Karstein. He was free. So, that's my favorite faction. So, I'm not playing the DLC, so why should I buy it? Like, there's no point. And they keep increasing the cost of the DLC. Like, I bought it for my brother. There's 3 characters, and those 3 characters cost you $40. Well, it's, there's like a discount if you buy them all at the same time for yourself, but if you're buying it as a gift, you don't get the discount. So, I bought it for my brother as a gift, but I had to pay full price for it. Whereas if I bought it for myself, I'd get a discount. Well, if you don't get the discount when you buy it for other people, what's the point? But yeah, I got to the point where I'm like, why am I buying this DLC when I'm not playing it? And that's the thing. They get you hooked by selling you one thing, and then they sell you something else. So all the DLC stuff, it's called power creep. And power creep is, the further along you go, the more powerful things get. So you could spend $15 and get a faction that beats everyone out of the gate. Or you can struggle with a free faction. You know, like, and then they make the difficulty harder. Which I don't agree with. Like, people will only play the game for 100 turns, which is like not that long, and then they'll quit because it gets too hard. And instead of playing the game, people watch people play the game instead. Like, if I streamed Warhammer, I'd probably have 10 people watching me right now. But I hate what they've done with the game. And the problem with it is people have elitism with it. Oh, this faction is the best. Oh, that lord is the best. I only watch this. I only watch that. So when you play the low tier factions, no one wants to watch. No one cares. So it's not really that good of a game for building your channel. Unless you're 100% into it. And I'm just not into it anymore. Like, I have the video series that I'm making, but I've spent over 100 hours playing that campaign. 100 hours. That's a long campaign. And that's what you should be doing. Like, I beat the campaign, but I'm going for domination, which is not necessary for achievements, but it's for fun. So I'm having fun playing my campaign the way I want to play, even though they nerfed my character multiple times. Like, he used to have a spell called Flock of Doom, and I could use it to destroy one of the strongest factions for me as an opponent on turn 3. So, literally, on the 3rd turn, I wipe out my strongest opponent. Like, that was awesome, but I can't do that anymore because they got rid of the spell. Oh, it was a bug, they weren't supposed to have it. Well, shit. You know, it worked really well, and I quite enjoyed that. Holy crap, it's been over an hour already. I'm gonna go turn the kettle on. I could go for a cup of tea right now, so I'll let this run and I'll be right back. If anything bad happens, it'll pause. Ugh. So I'm just gonna keep my headphones here so I can maybe hear the kettle click when it's done. My brother got told by his doctor he had a fatty liver, and my brother read online that green tea was good for that. Our mom already drank green tea, so she picked up a bunch, and I started drinking the green tea, and I actually quite like it. I really enjoy the tea. Like, the thing about when you boil, like, so the thing about making coffee in a Keurig is it brews to 89 degrees Celsius, which is about 187 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not boiling temperature. So it's hot, but it's not super hot. And the thing is, like, boiled water will extract more flavor than hot water, but it's to keep it so the machine doesn't break down. Like, that's the problem. When you boil water inside a machine, it creates residue, like calcium buildup and stuff like that, because the water boils away and then the minerals in the water stay behind, so it clogs your machine. So they designed it that way so that it'll run longer. And the thing is, like, Keurig is convenient because you can just pop a pot in and make a cup of coffee, but it's not the best cup of coffee you'll ever have. Like, Cindy, do you remember the Circle K in America where we found that coffee machine with all the hoppers of beans that, like, it was freshly ground coffee. Like, you, like, hit the button, it would grind the coffee, brew it, and put it in your cup. And that was literally the best cup of coffee I'd ever had in my entire life. It was so good. And then they had this dairy machine with, like, flavored creams and stuff like that. So I had, like, autumn spice coffee with like vanilla cream, and it was so freaking good. We were all talking to the lady at the counter like, oh man, this is so good, like fantastic, we can't believe you have this here. And she's just like, oh yeah, you know, great. Like, it was so good. And you know, that's how you know you're a fan of stuff, is when you can appreciate something. Like I love coffee, I love tea, I love pop, I love beer, you know? But I don't like alcohol. I don't like getting drunk, so I have non-alcoholic beer, which is great. I even have non-alcoholic wine right here. It's a Chardonnay with notes of grapefruit and kumquat. I don't know what a kumquat is, but grapefruit is really good, and it's 0 alcohol. And it's super cheap. Like, it probably costs like $10 for this bottle. And yeah, like once I hit a month of no smoking, I'm gonna crack it open. Yeah, that's funny. They don't carry table cream down there. That's really interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, America does things differently, and those differences are interesting. Like milk, right? In Ontario, in Canada, we have milk in these bags. They come in three 1-liter bags in a bigger bag, and you put it in this this plastic thing with a handle, and you cut the corner off, and that's how you pour your milk. Well, everywhere else, including America, they have it in jugs, which is great. Like, jugs are fantastic, but you have to recycle them. But I guess with the bags we're creating garbage, right? That doesn't get recycled. But I know that's the way we do it here. But like yeah, I've been to Europe before. When I was in school, we went to Italy, Monaco, and France. And the thing that I found amazing was not only that they have a lot of different stuff, but they had familiar things like Lay's chips, but in flavors you couldn't get here, like paprika or mustard, you know? And then there was, in Italy, there's a fruit called a chinotto, or quinota, however you want to pronounce it. It's like a orange that makes a green juice, and it's kind of bitter. But I like bitter, and so they had Chinotto Fanta. And that stuff was great. Like, I was the only one on the trip that liked it. And you can get something here called Brio, and it's Chinotto flavored soda from Italy. And that stuff is great. Like, it's a weird flavor, but I really appreciate that. And that's what I like. Like, I'm a consumer, right? We live in a consumer culture where, you know, we like certain things or we don't like certain things. And, you know, that's what makes life interesting, is all the different stuff you can have and do. So, like, even when you're living, like, low budget, right? There's still interesting stuff you can get. Like, instant noodles. You know, you can go to the grocery store and you can get all kinds of instant noodles. And they're cheap, but they're tasty. And if you, like, there used to be an Asian grocery store around here. And you could get, like, noodles right from Asia. Like, still had the same writing on the package and everything. You had to, like, ask them what they were. And, like, that's cool. Like, I love foreign food. You know, I've had Indian food, I've had Chinese food, I've had Japanese food, Greek food, you know, Italian food, French food. It's all interesting. But, you know, like pizza, right? Like, Italian pizza is way different from Western pizza. Like, Western pizza is like a fried, crispy dough, whereas Italian pizza is like a soft bread. And they put, like, chunks of cheese. They don't shred the cheese on top, they put chunks of cheese. So, like, the default pizza is pizza margherita, which is tomato sauce, slices of mozzarella, leaves of some kind, and tomato sauce. And that's really good. Like, I wouldn't say it's the best pizza I ever had. I like Western pizza better, but it was really good. It's probably healthier for you, right? Like, they still do things the old-fashioned way. And when you do things the old-fashioned way, you're not having processed products put into your food. Like, I love instant noodles, but the stuff they put in there, you know, it's not good for you. So you don't want to eat them all the time. But, like, pasta, right? You know, homemade pasta is supposed to be the best. And I've had homemade gnocchi, and I'd say that's pretty good. But, like, you can get away with store-bought pasta. Like, you can taste the difference. Like, this is why I'm not a big fan of frozen pizza anymore, or some pizzas, because they make a water dough, and it has no flavor. Online company? Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds like something I'd be interested in. I know in Niagara-on-the-Lake they have the British imports, Extreme Snacks. Okay, I'm gonna put that in my phone because I want to check that out. Aurora, Ontario. Mystery box. Oh. World's largest snack shop. Lowest prices in Canada. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, because we have a store around here. It's called British Imports. And you can get British chocolate bars, British candy, all kinds of British stuff. Like my brother got me a chocolate bar called the Yorkie. And it's like a cross between a Toblerone in shape. It's not triangular, it's square, but like trapezoid. And it has Rice Krispies in it. And I think that's how it was. And on the package it says, don't feed the birds. And what they mean by birds is girls. So they say, don't share your chocolate bar with girls. Which is kind of funny. I don't know if they could get away with that now. But, yeah. That stuff is funny. Yeah, I love trying stuff out. Like, we went to a restaurant and, you know, they had pizza and wings were the special. And, they had 40 Creek whiskey sauce. So I got 40 Creek whiskey sauce for my wings, and it was really good. Like, I think I love the taste of booze. And the sauce is no different. There used to be a place, Kelsey's. You could get Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce on your wings. And, like, I would freaking just dive right into that. And they also served Dr. Pepper. Not a lot of restaurants serve Dr. Pepper. So that was really good. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Canada Post strike, like give me a break, you know? Like I don't know why they do stuff like that. You know, maybe they feel like they're not getting paid enough. I mean, costs are up, right? Costs are up everywhere. So, you know, I don't blame them, but at the same time, it just kind of sucks that you're screwing everyone else over. Like right before Christmas too, you know? Like that was a dirty move on their part. But, you know, that's politics, and I don't really get into politics. I don't understand it. It doesn't follow logic, and I'm a logical person. Like, I'm emotional, but I use logic. Like, logic has saved my life more times than emotion has. Because I've almost done some very silly things based on emotion, and logic saved the day. Because one thing you gotta keep in mind is that people aren't helpless, right? Like, people can take care of themselves, for the most part. And sometimes we can't trust them to do that. Like my brother, you know. It's not that he can't do stuff, but he's my younger brother, and I look out for him. So if anything ever happened to him, I would feel responsible. So I would rather just look out for him than worry about him all the time. And that's fine. Like, that's what you're supposed to do with your family. Like, he looks after me, too. When I come out with crazy ideas or crazy opinions and he gives me a difference of opinion, he's really nice about it, and he always makes me reconsider what I say. So, you know, it's a great relationship to have. So I could hear that water boiling. Or is that the furnace? I'm going to go check on that water. Toe of Satan? If it's like cinnamon flavor, I wouldn't mind that. I like spicy stuff. There was jalapeno Smarties or jalapeno M&Ms or something like that. That were really good. I quite enjoyed that. My brother and I used to be really into spice. Like, we'd be at the dinner table with our noses running and our eyes watering. But we stopped doing that because of the intestinal issues. We have hot sauce and stuff like that, but we're pretty light with it now. Probably one of my favorite hot sauces is Tabasco. Like, regular Tabasco is 10 times hotter than Frank's Red Hot. Like, Frank's uses cayenne pepper, which is about 500 Scoville, which is hot. But Tabasco is 5,000 Scoville, which is pretty spicy. And one time I fried some chicken in a pan and just dumped a bunch of Tabasco sauce on it and ate it like that. And that was probably one of the most painful bowel movements I've ever had in my life. Oh, man. But yeah, we've been to a place called the Pepper Palace in Niagara Falls. And they sell hot sauce, and they give samples. So I tried a hot sauce that was 1,000,000 Scoville. And it tasted like a chemical. It was nasty. It had no flavor. But then I tried other stuff. There was like Dijon mustard and hot sauce. So it was like 700,000. And that was pretty tasty. But again, like, your intestines are going to suffer if you're not careful. So speaking of suffering, reports. The raid on Vailgle. Let's read the report. Okay, in the late summer of 108, the Cloudy Mirrors attacked the Midnights of Kindling of an unknown civilization at Vailgle. Dwarf Olin Knifeforge led the attack. Oh man, this is a lot. We struck down a goblin, struck down a goblin, struck down a goblin. Struck down a goblin. Killed a goblin. Killed the goblin, killed the goblin. Yeah, we killed a bunch of goblins. They surprised us, but we killed them. Okay, cool. Did we get any stuff? No, we didn't get anything. So now they're hostile. We're at war with them. So let's see if they attack us. Okay. Ring of fire. Oh yeah, it burns just like a burning ring of fire. 2 more axes and we can recruit a couple more squads. Okay, petitions. People want to live here? Sure. We're doing pretty good. Most of our dwarves are happy. Oh, drinks are low. Are we out of barrels? Yeah, they stopped working on it. We need more barrels. Okay, we making charcoal. Okay, they're making charcoal. Yeah, what are they gonna do? Pick up smoking, I guess. Militia captain's been possessed. Coolette. Oh, a blizzard? Terrible. I thought we were gonna get snow last night, but nothing happens. A lot of blowing. Oh, yeah. So the other day we had lots of wind and the door kept on getting blown open, so we had to keep locking it. Like, I went to bed and the door was unlocked, and when Mom woke up in the morning, the front door was open. Which is scary. But, yeah. We don't know how long it was open for. Nothing's missing, so we didn't get robbed, but, yeah, that was kind of creepy. In a strange mood, possessed by unknown forces. Let's see what they do. Yeah, I'll never forget one year. It's like 3 in the morning, and someone's at the door. They're hitting the doorbell, and they're knocking on the door. Oh, yeah, because you have the thing. Yeah, that's good. And so I open the door, and there's this woman there, and she's like, hey, this is my house, let me in. I'm like, what the fuck? Who the hell are you? And she's like, oh, this is my house. I live here. And Mom heard me talking, so she gets up and she's like, oh, are you okay? But I was so freaked out, I called the cops. And then she took off and the cops looked for her and they couldn't find her, so... But the thing about our street is a lot of the houses look the same, so... Like, I could go down the street and there's a house just like ours, you know? I've been in a whole bunch of them. So, like, my ex-girlfriend lives on the same street as us. She's just a few doors down. And, her grandma lives a few doors down past that. So I've been in their houses, and it's the exact same layout as the house that I live in, with some minor differences. Like, kind of some weird differences, too. Like, their basements are totally different. Totally different layout. But the rest of the house is the same. Yeah, drunk people are kind of dumb. That's why I don't get drunk. Like, I've never been so drunk that I made a mistake like that. Like, I always knew where I was going. I always knew who I was and what was going to happen. Like, I just get sick. Like, I don't drink enough to get, like, blackout or anything like that. I get sick, so I stop. Like, I've only ever had one night where I drank all night and didn't have any side effects. It was a birthday party. And... passed out in some weeds. Yeah, holy crap. That's funny. Like, if you're like that, then you shouldn't drink. The vacant house? Oh, man. Could you imagine if you just started living there? Yeah, I would never want to be a bartender or work at a bar or anything like that, because drunk people are just insane. Like, I've had people walk up to me and be like, hey, you want to fight? I'm like, no, I want to drink my beer. And they're like, oh, so you're scared. I'm like, yes, I'm terrified of getting hurt. Like, just absolutely ridiculous. Like, the ones you have to watch out for are the ones that keep their sanity. Like, I worked with an alcoholic. And he used to pretend he was my best friend. And he wasn't, you know? He talked about me behind my back and shared my secrets with people. You know, like you trust people and then they betray you, you know? And that sucks. But not everyone is like that. You know, I just happen to work at a place full of skids. And if you're wondering what a skid is, it's a lowlife. Like, think of... if you live in Canada, you've probably heard of a Canadian tuxedo. It's a denim jacket with denim pants, so it's like a jean jacket, jean pants. That's a Canadian tuxedo. And usually, like, people that get drunk all the time or smoke a ton of weed dress like that. Because it's cheap. It's cheap clothes. It was a style back then. But, yeah. So skids are basically people that are lowlifes. You know, you can't trust them. They'll steal from you. They'll lie to you. They'll do drugs. They'll drink. You know, just bad people. So skids. And You might have heard of Skid Row. Skid Row is a band, I think. Yeah, they were snakes. All of them were. Like, even the guy who used to call me a snake is a snake because, you know, he acts like he's super nice, but he has a lot of hate in him. Like, that was my ex, right? She pretended to be nice to everyone because she was the supervisor. Then she became the manager. She would be nice to everyone, and then they'd walk away, and she'd turn to me and be like, I fucking hate that person. They're fucking stupid. It's like, if you think they're stupid, why are you nice to them? Like, that makes no sense. But that's what they do. So, she had me fooled. Is someone dead? Libash? Why is Libash's skeleton there? Weird. Okay, let's follow Kulet some more. Yeah, like, I used to be really nice, really honest, you know, and people will see that and they'll use you for it. You know, I had a friend who he was my best friend, and he conned me out of a bunch of money. Like, convinced me to help him pay for something, and never paid me back. So, if people ask you for stuff, make sure that they're your family. Like, the best thing about my family is everyone is capable. Like, everyone takes care of themselves. Like, even my younger brother. Like, I'd be nervous to see him go out on his own, because he just doesn't do anything like that. But, like, he's smart, right? He's smart. But, you know, we kind of protect him because he's the baby of the family. Even though he's 33 years old. He's still the baby. You know, so we gotta look out for him. You know, my family looks after me. They have for a while. You know, I was going through some stuff, and I had to go to the hospital. And, you know, they came to visit me and make sure I was doing okay. And I had to go a few times because I had to get on the right medication. But now I'm doing well, and now people are happy that I'm doing well. They're proud of my recovery, which is great. You know, I want my family to be happy with me because I owe them everything. And unfortunately, not everyone has a great family life like I do. You know, that really sucks, you know. Like the people that are snakes, they don't have a great family life. Like the guy I was just talking about that was an alcoholic. He was 16, and his dad would let him drink, but he was always hitting him up for money, even though the guy made way more money than he did. Like, he was only working at Tim Hortons, so he was making minimum wage. So, his dad was always taking his money. Like, extorting him, basically. He was really weird. It's like, oh, you know, I cleaned this pool and I pay for this house, you owe me. You know, that's the way he was. So, when your parent is like that, you kind of get a warped sense of right and wrong. Like, oh, well, you know, anyone that reminds me of my dad is an automatic jerk. Right? Like, I always tried to be friendly and helpful. But like I said, you know, people will see you doing that and they'll be like, they'll have a problem with it. So, don't put yourself out there unless it's worth it. You know, you have to, like, find a balance, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. There's no point worrying about the past. I'm more curious as to what this guy's, or, sorry, lady, what this gal's doing. Oh, yeah. She's making something. Yeah, unfortunately, because of my mental illness, I trusted the wrong people. Because in my brain, these weird people were interesting, which they were, you know. But I didn't realize that, you know, it's like that saying, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back. So even though I was trying to positively influence them, they were negatively influencing me. And I didn't realize that. So the people that I should have spent time with, they respected me, so they didn't push the issue. Like, I've been invited to hang out and go to parties and do all kinds of stuff, and I'd go and I'd do it. But because I didn't try to be close to those people, they're like, okay, well, he's not interested, I'm going to leave him alone. Whereas other people, they're always hitting you up for the same stuff over and over and over again. And I would go for that. So, there's some people in my life that I wish I could have kept a connection to, but unfortunately, you know, it's too late, you know? Like, I don't know how to track those people down, and they're busy with their own lives now, you know? Like, people work, they have families, they have responsibilities, right? And those are their priorities. Not playing video games with their old buddy. And that's fine, you know? Eventually, you have to get to a point where you start living for other people, right? I don't have a relationship with anyone. I don't have any children. So I'm living for myself and my family. I don't have to do much, but that's what I'm doing. So, like, my favorite time of the day is when I spend time with my mother and my brother, and we watch TV. And we've been watching the Star Wars movies and having fun with that. Like, my my brother absolutely hates the new Star Wars person. Kathleen Kennedy absolutely hates her because he loves Star Wars, absolutely loves it, and she ruined it. And it's true, she did. Like, he'll dry heave when we talk about her, which is kind of funny. Like, there's nothing wrong with her being a woman. Like, I'd never care about that. Like, men and women are both equally creative, right? If you want to talk about family, that's different. You know, women have kids, men help raise them, you know? Like, if you have kids, you probably want to have someone stick with them. Like, if you can't afford daycare or you don't have someone to babysit, then you need to stay home with the kid. So whoever's making the most money has the responsibility to keep making that money because it's for the whole family, right? And I don't make a lot of money, so I'm not looking to have any kids. But hey, maybe if this takes off and I can make a job out of it, then maybe I can use it to support a family. But until then, you know, I'm living for myself and I'm quite happy because I don't have to worry about getting screwed over. Because that's what happened with my relationships, you know? Like, when you're a nice guy, people like you, but they don't respect you. And respect is very important because respect will prevent them from doing stuff that's negative. Like, oh, well, I like this guy too much, so I'm not going to lie to him, you know? Respect is very important, right? Like, we work for our bosses, but if we don't respect them, then we don't have a positive opinion about them. I used to work for some really good people, but they betrayed me, right? They gave me a promotion, they didn't give me a raise, and then when someone else complained about that, the person who covered me on the weekend complained, they got rid of him and gave me a raise. So that's the way they did things there. And then they were trying to get me to be a supervisor. Okay, Kulet Thob Vutram, militia captain has created Ostbithit is Denminbaz, a tetrahedrite kern. She offers it to the rack of influencing. What's a kern? What is a kern? What the heck? It's a workshop to grind plants into sugar. Okay. Kern. So, where am I going to put that? A kern is a lightly armed foot soldier? Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, this has to be powered by something, doesn't it? Oh, okay. Well, let's just put it here. Obspit is Demenbaz! Boom! I'm so sad about the kids that have died in this fort. You know, they all tried to make something, but they weren't capable of doing it because they were still children. And then they get so frustrated they go berserk and attack people, and then they have to be put down like a wild dog, which is really sad. It's also sad that you can butcher cats and dogs in this too. Like, you can eat them. It's kind of creepy. But there are places that still do. Like, the thing about cats and dogs is they breed very quickly. You know, they have litters, right? So you can produce a lot of them very quickly. Whereas like a cow typically only has one offspring, and it takes a long time to grow that thing, and you need to be able to graze them or feed them. It's very expensive to do. That's why people in the beef industry are so rich, right? And that's why the cost of beef keeps going up, because they have to keep their profits up. Like, you used to be able to go to Costco, get a 3-pack of steaks for like $30. Now it's like 70, which is absolutely ridiculous. Yet chicken and pork is still basically the same price. Like, the thing about chickens is they grow so quickly now that you're not getting like a fully developed bird. Like, they're usually like adolescent or teenagers, right? Like, if it takes 12 weeks to fully grow a chicken, they're butchering them at 6 weeks. Because it's faster. And, like, my mom, she's been around for a while. When you used to get a roasted chicken, like, it was a chicken, okay? Like, I'm talking a chicken. Now they're like these little things that are kind of pathetic, but they're the same price, basically. But you used to be able to get little birds. What do they call them? I forget what they're called, but you could get, like, a 3-pack of tiny chickens, so you could each have your own tiny chicken to eat. It was kind of funny that they used to do that. Cornish hen. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Cornish hen. And that's not the weirdest thing. Like, I forget what it's called, but you take a little bird, you drown it in alcohol, you let it soak in the alcohol, and then you cook it and eat it. Like, that's a real thing. Or, in some places, they have, take a fertilized egg and they eat the embryo out of it. Like, totally creepy. Like, people eat some weird stuff out there. Like, I watched, a tribe. They were like a tribe. And they butchered a water buffalo, and they took raw meat and dipped it in the joint fluid of the shoulder. The shoulder has the joint fluid. They dip the raw meat in the fluid, and they eat it. Raw. Yeah, absolutely disgusting. But, like, people still do that here. Like, you've probably heard of a blue steak. And a blue steak is just sear the outside, and the inside is raw. But, you know, people say you can't eat raw meat, but it's like, what about sushi, right? Sushi is all raw meat. But it's fresh raw meat. It doesn't sit in a fridge or a freezer. Like when they do eel at a Japanese restaurant. They have a tub full of live eel, and they take those things and they hammer it on a spike, and then they just fillet the thing alive while it's still alive. They fillet it like that, and then you eat that. And oh, it's so good, it's so tasty, but it's creepy at the same time. Super creepy. Like, I like sushi, but just the basic stuff, like raw salmon. Like, I like the raw salmon because salmon is soft. I've had tuna. Tuna is tough and has, like, gristle in it. Not a fan of that. Or was that red snapper? I forget. I think it was red snapper. But, like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. And the stuff I really liked, the crab, it's not even real crab. It's made from pollock. It's fish. So the stuff that I really liked is not even real crab. So I've never had real crab before. Like, it's too expensive. I had lobster once, but the cracking into the shell and all the juice comes out. Like, I don't like getting my hands dirty. Like chicken wings is as far as chicken wings and ribs. Like that's as far as I'll go. But I gotta wash my hands after. But like, yeah, I don't like getting my hands dirty. So, that stuff is just kind of gross. Like the lobster, and I didn't even like how it tasted. You know, like you dip it in butter because it has no flavor. You know what I mean? But oh, it's such a luxury, right? Well, it's just a marketing ploy. That's all it is. Like I love Red Lobster, but for shrimp and scallops, like shrimp pasta. Oh man, like I could eat that every day. And scallops, like fried scallops in garlic butter with salt and pepper and paprika. Like that is really good. Scallops are like melt in your mouth. I freaking love them. But they're cooked, right? It's cooked. It's not raw. I used to eat mussels, but eventually I got to the point where I just thought they looked gross and stopped eating them because they'd serve them at Chinese restaurants, right? And they wouldn't be prepared in a really good way. They'd be kind of gross. So I stopped eating them. Because like if anything is gonna go bad, it's seafood. Seafood spoils really easily. That's why it's always fresh. Like, if you've ever been to a fish market, people usually go really early in the morning. Like, the people offload their stock at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then they open up at 6 a.m. and you go and you get your fish while it's still frozen. And then by the time you get it back to the restaurant, it's thawed out, and then you have a fresh fish to dissect. Yeah, understandable. So they donate the stuff, eh? That's actually kind of cool. Like when I was working at Tim Hortons, we'd always throw out a ton of food at the end of the night, and it's like, man, what a waste. But you're not allowed to take it. You're not allowed to do anything but throw it out. And it's kind of sad, right? We have a lot of people that starve. They go hungry. And yet we throw out so much food. You know, that stuff could be used by those people. And instead, they're forced to go through the trash. You freeze it. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff with Tim Hortons would go bad. Sometimes it even goes bad in the fridge. Like, they used to have steak, this sliced steak. You'd come in a pack for steak sandwiches. It was good. But sometimes it would be spoiled by the time you got it, which was kind of gross. You'd open up the pack, and it would be full of, like, this thick, sticky fluid, and it was the juices rotting. Because we'd put it in the fridge, we'd forget about it, and then it would go bad in the package. It's kind of gross. And like, we never washed our vegetables. Like, we had the stuff, but we never washed them. So like the cucumbers would go moldy, even though they were wrapped in plastic, because they're exposed to the mold at the farm. So, you know, you get dirty stuff, you're supposed to wash it, but we don't use it up enough to be able to do that. Like, you're only using half a cucumber a day because only a few people would do it. And probably the dumbest thing were these yogurt parfaits. Like, you'd have to make like 8 of them and you'd only sell 4, and then you'd make 4, and then someone would come in and they'd order 6 of them. And then you'd have to make them right there. Which is fine for them, but like when you're busy and you have to make stupid yogurt parfaits, like, oh, we have to give them what they asked for, we can't turn them away. Just tell them there's none made. Like, oh, sorry, but we don't have any. Oh, well, I'm not going to come here anymore. Good, see ya. Frickin' loser. Probably one of the biggest assholes I ever met was someone in line. They're in line, and they're like, I'm going between the stations, and they're like, oh, can you put my croissant in the microwave? I'm like, I'm busy right now. You have a line. Oh, why do I have to wait to have my croissant heated up? Because there's a line. Fucking idiot. Holy shit. Some asshole in a suit, you know? Oh, my croissant takes priority over everybody else's sandwiches. You know? Get lost. You're not spending enough money for me to give a shit. Hey, you know, some people go to Tim Hortons and they spend $100, you know? It's insane. Like, don't you know this is basically a fast food joint? Like, insane. And there's only one person making the food. There's one baker that cooks the food and one sandwich maker that makes the food. Okay? Being the sandwich station, that was the worst because when it gets busy, you're doing the counter and the drive-thru at the same time. And you have to keep track of all the orders that come in. I had a hard time doing that because I have like ADHD. You know, when I get excited, I can't focus. So I try not to get excited. Our axe is ready. Yeah, okay, we can recruit some more squads. Oh, we can get the elves in the army now, too? Oh, sweet. We can have elves and humans fight for us. It's going to be a poet squad. Warrior poets. That's amazing. Yeah, let's use these people that aren't assigned. Okay. Let's get them training. Train. Okay. So they should get their stuff. Elite fast food. Yeah, exactly. Tim Hortons. Yeah, that just speaks of eliteness, right? Oh, gotta have my coffee. People are sad when they go out of their way for something that's not even worth the effort, right? Like, your coffee is $2, but you're burning $5 worth of gas sitting in the drive-thru at 6 in the morning. You know? Like, it's just stupid. Like, I love eating fast food, but it's definitely one of the worst industries to work in. Like, oh, but it's a great first job. Yeah, if you want to break someone's heart. Oh, someone died. Another person fell in the pond. Nelty Tagapka. Nelty. Okay, well. We need a stone for Nelty. And who's this other person that's laying here? Lebash. Wait, we already have one? Whoa. Yeah, he's memorialized. Why is a skeleton sitting on the floor here? I don't know. It's weird. Oh, look, we have giant rats. We have 2 of them. Okay, let's kill them. Kill giant rat. Okay, get him. Get him. Wow, they're fast. Okay, scratch one rat. Corner him. There we go. Kill that rat. Alright, we did it. So we're brewing drinks, but we have no barrels here. It's kind of weird. Let's have some tea. Like, probably the thing that I hate about working is people with a negative attitude. Like, when I had my job, I was grateful to have that job because it was paying me, right? Like, I was making money. And I enjoyed making coffee for people because I like coffee. Like, I didn't start drinking coffee a lot until I worked at Tim Hortons. But I would brew a pot of coffee and I would sell one to myself, which they stopped allowing me to do. I would sell myself a coffee and I would be like, oh yeah, the coffee's great. I have one myself, you know? Like, I thought it was important to enjoy the products that you're selling. So when I was the baker, like, yeah, I'd sample my donuts, I'd sample my food, I'd sample everything. And I'd be like, yeah, it's good. I eat it myself. And, you know, you still have to pay for it, but we got 40% off, which is okay. You know, some places you get a free lunch, which would be fantastic. Because I would eat that food every day. But, yeah, they're just way too silly now. They have way too many products on sale. It's ridiculous. And they used to have pre-made egg patties. They were these frozen egg and onion patties. So you could, like, cook 30 eggs at once. Well, now they switched to cracked eggs, which don't taste as good because they don't have the onion in it. And you can only cook 6 at a time. But I left before we started cracking eggs. Because I hate cracking eggs. Because I hate getting egg on me and I hate getting egg all over the place. It's gross. So I would not want to do that job anymore because it's way too ridiculous. Like, the stress that it puts you under, incredible. And that's why I left, because they kept on trying to make me into a supervisor. Like, I'm the baker. I worry about the food, and I clean up after myself. That's it. I don't have to work the counter. But I wore a normal uniform, because I wasn't a real baker. I was a pretend baker. And the staff that they stuck with me would be in the back on their phones the whole time. No one would man the counter. So they're like these high school kids that didn't give a fuck, right? And my manager would say to them, oh, if you get in trouble, ask me. Well, why the hell are they asking me? They could do their own damn job, right? Like, I've worked the midnight shift where I had to run the whole counter and the drive-thru by myself because the only other person working there is preparing for the bake. So why the hell do I have to do that? But I left and then COVID came and I never went back because COVID. You know, I was not going to put myself on the front lines during a pandemic. So, as much as I'd like to get a new job, I don't know if I can because, you know, I quit, right? That doesn't look very good. Yeah, those are the people that they think way too highly of themselves. They think that they're the ones that are responsible for everything. Like, you know, if you're a manager, you don't have to micromanage everything someone does, right? Like, having a conversation at work is a good thing because you build a relationship with your coworkers, right? And you know that they're just kissing butt. Like, if they're an assistant manager, then they want to be the real manager, right? Like, you know, like Costco. Like, people would come over and watch you work, and then they'd talk to you. You know? And it's like, well, I don't mind talking to you, but I do have a job I have to do, and I'd like to get back to doing that. But they would just talk to you, and talk to you, and talk to you. It's like, what do you want from me? Okay? Like, I know I'm a handsome fellow, but, like, I have a job to do. You know? But, like, when you're working at a place like Walmart or Tim Hortons where you don't have to be doing a job the whole time, like, there's nothing wrong with someone having a conversation. That's just weird. Like, if you don't want your people to have a relationship, that's just weird. You know, that's like a dictatorship, right? And that's the thing, like, they see you talking and having fun, and they're jealous. They're jealous is what it is. They're like, oh, no one talks to me like that. You know, like, that's what they were. They were jealous. Like, the people that I worked with, I would tell them about my life, and they were jealous. And because they're jealous, they treat me like shit. But luckily, I got along well with the manager, the main manager. Oh, what was his name? I forget, but we used to talk about movies all the time. So that's the thing, like, how are you gonna rise up in the company if you don't make relationships with people, right? Not even yours? That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some people see people having fun and they're like, oh, what the heck? Like, I would not want to be a manager because I wouldn't want to be in charge of people. Because when they don't listen to you, that would piss me off. And I don't want to be pissed off at people. Or they call in sick and you have to call someone else in and they don't answer their phone, so you have to do their job. You know, like, that would suck too. But, like, you know, when it got busy, the manager would show up and he'd start pouring coffee and he'd start running the counter and he'd be like, hey, you know, how's it going, folks? Like, he would talk to people, and I did what he did. You know, I would talk to people. And I used to get compliments on my service. I used to get job offers for my service. I used to get people, you know, coming in just to be served by me. They'd be like, oh, this is the best coffee we've ever had. And it's flattering, but you can't let it get to your head because some people are just nice, you know? But, you know, as the baker, people hold you to a higher standard. So people would see me doing stuff and they'd be like, oh, that looks like fun. And I'm like, yeah, it's all right. You know, but they're making fun of you. Like, oh, you're not working that hard, really. Meanwhile, I never took a break. Like, I would be working. I also had to take the orders, too. So the orders would come in, and I have to unload everything while the food was cooking. So I'd have to get, like, the supervisor, hey, you know, take this out of the oven for me. And then they take it out of the oven and leave it on the fucking counter. Like, are you not going to put the shit away? Like, what the fuck? That always pissed me off when I'd come out of the freezer and there'd be food on the fucking counter. But anyway, that gets me pissed off. And I'd be the one to get the blame for it. But I'm in the freezer. What am I going to do? Like, they couldn't hold on to enough staff to be able to do all this stuff. And the store that I worked at, they would take the best employees from my store, put them in the other store, which was not as busy. Oh, we're by the highway, so we get more business. No, you don't. You don't. We have the hotel. We have the businesses. We have the other restaurants. You know, some people that work at Burger King want to come get a coffee. You know what I mean? It was right down the street. They would come to us for their product. Or we had a bunch of car dealerships, you know? They would have like $100 order every Tuesday. and someone would have to go make that. And then we had like the Take 12. It was like a big container of coffee that you could buy, and you'd get all these cups, and you get all the cream and sugar, and you get all that stuff ready, and they would take it to like a job site, and then everyone could have a cup of coffee. Well, you'd have to make those too, and then they had even bigger ones, these big plastic ones for parties, and you'd have to fill those up too. So we got hit with those all the time because we were close to businesses and close to a hotel. But the other store, oh, we're by the highway. Well, not everyone's getting off the highway to stop at your Tim Hortons, okay? Most of the people that go there are local. Because we'd have, like, these old dudes with their nice fancy cars that would show up and they'd hang out there. Okay, I need to grab another drink. Okay, it's winter time. Those guys are still on the bridge. What are they doing? I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're stuck. Donkey meat roast, yummy. Medtob has grown to become a peasant. That's cool. One of our kids has grown up. Masterpiece muscle shell crown. Okay. So the river's gonna freeze. I wonder what happens to the fish. Being a peasant has its perks, though. You know, nobody really cares what you do with your life, because it's never going to amount to much in the eyes of the overlords. Like, even people that make $100,000 a year, they're still peasants. You have to be a millionaire to not be a peasant. Oh, but I got a $500,000 house. Yeah, well, so what? You know, those houses are basically $50,000 in value, but the cost is inflated astronomically. Like, you used to be able to buy a house for like 30 grand. And yeah, people didn't make much money, but your money stretched farther than it does now. Like, oh, we need to increase minimum wage because everything... Have-nots and have-yachts. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you can afford to go on vacation or have a cabin, or you have a boat, or a motorcycle. Those are luxuries. Like, you don't need to have something like that. But people do, because they want it, right? And why do they want it? Because someone else has it. Like, I want a YouTube channel that I can make money off of. But am I going to get there? I have no freaking clue. You know, I can come on here on Tuesdays and shoot my mouth off, and people will watch. Like, I know Cindy's going to watch, and some other people come and check it out. But, like, you know, is it going to make me money? No. But it's fun. And as long as I'm having fun, that's the only thing that really matters. Like, if people see you enjoying yourself, that's not a problem. You know? That's why I like having these Dwarf Fortress streams, because it gives me a chance to say a bunch of stuff that I don't normally say in my other streams. Because, like, other games require my attention. Like, I've had conversations with people while playing other games, but, you know, when you're playing, like, another game, the point of it is to play the game. But this, you can relax, because, you know, I'm not micromanaging what they do. I'm just setting them up and watching them go. Everyone's playing on the ice now. Why is everyone standing there? Oh, look, they're moving the garbage over. They got bored, so now they're moving the garbage. They're putting it on the ice. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, I think it's funny when people buy stuff like a yacht and they never take it out. Like, the only reason to have a yacht is because you don't want your money to be in the bank. You want to have an asset, right? Because you can flip an asset. So what they do is they just sell it to other people like them. You know? Like, what you really want is a business. Like, across the street, they have an Airbnb, because there's all kinds of people going into the back door all the time. Like, if you own a house and you can turn a room into an Airbnb, that's what you should be doing. You don't want to, like, invest your money into a stock. You want to invest it into a revenue stream. Because that Airbnb does a lot of business. So that's what you really want. It's something that makes you real money, not something you invest in. And, you know, I see on Twitch all the time, there's all these commercials for investing. And they're like, oh, your first 50 trades are free. There's no fees, blah, 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 blah. But they don't show you the fine print. Like, the reason why they want you to invest is because you're investing in their product. And they make money off of it when you do. And they get paid. Like, a Twitch celebrity will get paid to shill for a trading company. And they'll say, oh, it's the best thing I've ever done. Well, they're getting paid to say that. And if you fall for that, you're a sucker. The only way investments make money is if you have millions of dollars. Oh, buy Bitcoin. I'm going to spend $25 on Bitcoin and watch it grow. Well, one Bitcoin is worth $90,000, so your $25 doesn't mean anything. You're wasting your money. And by putting your money into it, you're making other people's Bitcoin go up in price, in value. So you're making them rich, and you're getting nothing back. That's how it works. So don't do it. Anyone can say, oh, if I knew about Amazon, I would have invested in them back in the day. No, you wouldn't have. They were too small. They weren't worth the investment. You'd have to be a genius to be able to predict how something can go. Like a literal genius, like Rain Man, okay? Like, you don't know when stocks are going to go up. You don't. Oh yeah, you can read magazines and there's stories, but those stories are bought and paid for by the people that are shilling. So you can't trust anything you read. Like, it's Assassin's Creed, okay? Nothing is true, everything is permitted. And that's absolutely a reality. That the things that we believe aren't really true. Most of them, anyway. Like, everything is based on faith and hope, right? You hope that things are going to go well. You have faith that things will turn out well. but you can't really predict how it goes. So everything is permitted. Yeah, people can lie to you, they can steal from you, they can cheat you, and they can do it without consequence. And I know that for a fact because it's happened to me multiple times. You know, I lend people money and they never pay me back. You know, like, I'm the sucker. Because I had hope that someone was going to pay me back. And I had faith in their ability to be my friend. Well, I got betrayed, you know? But now I know, and I'm sharing it with you. You know, you have to have a really strong relationship to be able to trust someone with your own money. Like my mom, you know, I give her money. Do I expect to get it back? No. But I'm paying her because she's helped letting me live here. Do I have to pay her? No. But it's a good thing that I do. And what am I doing with my money? I was buying weed with it. Now that I'm not buying weed, whoa, all of a sudden I have money. You know? Like, that's what you do. You don't make more money. You get rid of the things that waste your money. So, like, I stopped buying video games brand new. I stopped buying DLC brand new. That saves me a lot of money, too. Because I'm not paying off my credit card. The only thing I pay for is streaming. Like, Amazon Prime, like Prime Video and Netflix and Disney Plus. Like, I pay for that. I pay for it for my family. I just burped and coughed at the same time. That was a weird feeling. It's making me gag. Ugh. That was weird. I'm talking too much. So let's see how the training's going. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. He's a competent bow dwarf. Competent spear dwarf. Legendary axe dwarf. Wow. Like, if you want to know how crazy YouTube can get, I remember when I used to watch Legend of Total War, and people would be giving him like $500 donations. Absolutely ridiculous amount of money. It's like, dude, you must be desperate to spend your money on something to want to do that. But, like, they loved him so much for the content that he made that, you know, they threw money at him. And I would feel guilty if someone did that with me, because it's like, I'm not doing anything worth that amount of money. But I'd like to have memberships, because memberships are cheap, right? I'd have them be like $1. If you get 100 memberships, that's $100. You know, that's not a small amount of money. Like, $100 will buy you a week's worth of groceries, right? And that's the most important thing, right? It's not gas in your car. It's not jewels on your body. It's food. That's the most important thing to buy. And people that go without food to pay rent, like, you're not doing it. You're doing it wrong, okay? You're doing it wrong. You've made a mistake, and you need to change what you've done. And it'd be nice to be able to afford stuff like that, but it's not in the cards for me. Like, all I want to be able to afford is a place to live, internet, and food. That's it. Pretty basic. No, internet is the single most important tool that I have. Because it's entertainment, it's research, and it lets me do YouTube. It's very important. And without the internet, like, what would we be doing? We'd be doing whatever, but no one would know about it. Like, people will say the internet is bad, and it can be bad, but I think it's the single most important thing that we've ever made in human history is the internet. Because even people in other countries can participate. Like, I've had people from all around the world on my streams, and watching my videos, and it's fantastic. I love knowing that people from other countries are seeing my stuff. It makes me feel like I can reach out to the world and connect with people. And those differences in perspective are important because, you know, like, when you live in a certain place, you kind of are blind to some of the negative things, right? Like, I don't pay attention to politics, but when people from other countries have opinions about, you know, Canadian politics, and they're comparing it to their own countries, that's important because they know that there's a difference because they're living it. Like, they live in a different country. Like, I think that Sweden has about a 57% tax on everything. So half of your money is taken by the government, but, and it's a big but, the government pays back with goods and services. So they have good health care, great education, child care, all that stuff is paid for because of your taxes. So they support everyone by doing that. And they can do that because they're a small country. Like, Sweden only has maybe 5 million people in it. Not a lot of people, so they can get away with that. But when you get to the size of, like, Canada and America, especially America, it's really hard to be able to do that fairly. So I don't want to point fingers because Canada is the same way, but rich people get away from taxes and poor people don't. And that's not the way Sweden operates. So we would like to be more like Sweden, but people would complain, oh, I don't want to pay tax. Well, the people that have the money should pay tax because they have the money. Where's it going to come from? Peasants, right? So if I make $100,000, I'm paying out, like, half of that is tax. You know, because it goes up. The more money you make, the more you get taxed per bracket. It's not like a flat thing. So if you make $1 million, you're basically giving up half of that to tax, and you get nothing back. Because we don't have the education, we don't have the health care, we don't have the social services that Sweden has. And we should. Why don't we? We should have that stuff. But the people that are in power don't want to do that. So like me, you know, I'm on disability. I can't afford to live on my own. It's not enough. If I didn't have my mother, I don't know where I would live. I'd have to live in someone else's house, renting a room, and have my food and my money and my drugs stolen. Well, I don't have drugs anymore. But, like, that's the thing I had about roommates. They eat your food because they don't want to go to the store. They don't want to waste money on gas. You know, even though they make more money than me, they eat my food. And I don't like that. I don't want to be in that situation ever again. Because I'm not going to fight people. Okay? I'm not going to go to jail because I hit someone in the head because they ate my food and then they go, oh, you're going to jail. Because then I lose everything. When you're incarcerated, you lose all access to social services. You lose all access to your disability. You lose all of that stuff. They won't allow people in jail to collect money. So how do you pay for your lawyer? You don't. You get legal aid. And, you know, I've been in trouble before, and I couldn't get legal aid because my mom made too much money. So she had to pay for my lawyer out of pocket. And for what? To have someone lie? You know? It's bullshit. Like, the problem with the justice system is it's all based on favoritism. Oh, my favorite lawyer is representing my favorite defendant, you know? I'm going to give him a break. But, oh, I don't like your politics, so I'm going to give you a hard time. That's the way judges are. They're not impartial. They have prejudice. They have bias, just like any other person. But they're held to a higher standard. But if I have a problem with the way the judge rules on my case, what am I going to do about it? There's nothing I can do. You're stuck. So the best thing to do is don't ever break the law. But if people are stealing from you, what are you going to do? You know, leave. That's it. That's all you can do. Go somewhere else. then you need to have someone help you move, and you have to pay for that. I don't drive, so I can't rent a moving vehicle. Only a person that drives can rent a moving vehicle. They have to use their credit card. So I have to get someone else to rent something and help me move. You know, that's really inconvenient. Yeah, my brother's happy to do it, but he works a lot. So if I'm in a situation where I need to get out of this place fast, who's going to help me? You know, there's no one because they're all busy. Yeah, and it's like, I can only learn so many lessons before I just throw up my hands and say, fuck it. You know? It feels like a punishment. Is what it is. It feels like a punishment. And it is. You made a mistake. You trusted the wrong person, and that sucks. But what can you do? You gotta move on. So, I left the place. I moved out, but I still paid my share of the rent because I'm a nice guy. When I should have just been like, you know what? You can all fuck yourselves and figure it out yourself. But then it's like, what if they take me to court for rent? Because I signed a lease, right? I signed a lease. My name is on it. You know, I didn't want to take the chance that I would be taken to court and lose even more money. Because that's what they would do. Oh, well, you signed this, so you got to pay up. And they'll take that money right out of your bank account. So now I'm at the point where I don't trust anybody. Especially people online, because they're anonymous. Yeah, I'll share my personal feelings and my personal stories, but I'm not expecting to get people to, you know, buy into it. And you don't have to. Like, I'm an entertainer. That's what I do. I entertain. So as long as I'm playing a game, as long as I'm talking about stuff, you know, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And some people like hearing about your personal stuff. Like, that's why I watch Zarek Zacharon, because he talks a lot. He talks about real life stuff. And he has no problem telling people to fuck off. Which is great. Like, I'm a small channel. I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to scare anyone away. But he's big enough that he can scare people away and it won't really affect him that much. So he does stuff like, he wears cat ear headphones. Most people don't give a shit. Some people love it, some people hate it. That's the way it is with everything. When you put people into a category, it's the bell curve. The 50% in the middle is the average. 25% is one extreme, 25% is the other extreme. And that applies to everything. Every single group in human history fits into that curve, where most of the people don't really care one way or the other. Some people care one way, some people care the other way. That's how it is. It's a really good model. So, you know, sometimes I go out and people laugh at the way I walk. And it's like, who gives a crap? Like they said, I don't flex. Well, I don't. I like to be relaxed. You know, I'm relaxed everywhere I go. Because I don't want to be stressed. Because that's the way I used to be. I used to be so stressed out that it was like, I was like rock solid. I couldn't move. It's like if I fell into water, I wouldn't have been able to swim. That's how stiff I was. And I hated feeling like that. But now I'm relaxed. And yeah, like I slouch at the computer, but you know, whatever. I got a bit of a slouch. It's not the worst thing in the world. You know, you could have the perfect body, but have the worst personality, right? And I know a lot of people like that. Oh, they're good looking, they have a nice car, they work out a lot, but they're terrible people. They can't get along with people, they can't do a relationship, and they suck at work because they don't bond with anyone. Like, that was my best friend. He couldn't get along with women. Because he expected them to be a certain way. And when they weren't, he would be upset. All because his mom liked to have fun. Like, his mom would go out, she'd drink, she'd come home at 3 in the morning, and then she'd tell him to go to bed. And he didn't like that. Well, who gives a crap, right? Like, it's your mom. But he didn't want to live with her. He didn't want to deal with that. Like, You know, if you don't love your parents for giving birth to you, if you don't appreciate them for giving birth to you, then you're kind of a jerk. Like, I don't talk to my dad, but I'm still grateful to be alive. And he has done good things for us when we were kids. Like, my dad was the one that showed us Star Wars and Star Trek and Predator and all these other movies. And he showed us that stuff, and it shaped our lives forever. But some people can't relate to other people. Okay? And relating to people is very important because that's all part of empathy and sympathy. Very important traits in a human being. If you can't empathize or sympathize or relate to another person, you're always going to be alone. And like, I'm different, you know, I have a mental illness, so for a long time I couldn't relate to anyone that wasn't mentally ill. But now that I'm medicated properly, I can relate to normal people now. I know the difference, and that's really good. Because now I understand people that are mentally ill, and now I understand people that are not mentally ill. I can see the difference, and now I know what to do and what not to do. And those are hard-earned lessons, very hard-earned lessons. Very hard. You know, I had to sacrifice a lot to get to this point. But I'm really happy. I'm happy that I made it this far. Because now it's like, okay, well, all I have to do is live the rest of my life, and then I'm good to go. You know, a lot of people have things go well for them. And when things go well for you, you don't really learn anything. It's kind of funny. It's a paradox. Like, you think, oh, the people with the best lives are the best equipped to deal with tragedy. That's not true. You have to deal with tragedy to get equipped to deal with it. So, like, I have been to funerals, and I've seen people lose people, and I've seen people go through a lot of terrible things. But the thing is, you have to have faith, right? If you don't have faith, then you're just going to be destroyed by negativity. And that's what a lot of people do. They have no faith, so they... one of my most hated lines to ever hear someone say, it's like, oh, how's it going? And they say, living the dream. And most of them mean that in a negative way. Because if you actually have a positive view, you don't say that. Only people with a negative worldview say that. And they're really sad. Because if this is your idea of living a dream, then you're mistaken. I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. And that really sucks. Like, I wish I could do something for those people, but they are so stuck in their negativity that they can't get out of it. So, like, my best friend. Used to be my best friend, right? He saw my positive attitude, and he hated that. You know, oh, what do you have to be so happy about? Oh, I'm alive, you know? I have friends, I have family, I have games, I have movies. You know, I have things that make my life good. And they want to destroy that. Oh, I need to bring them into the darkness, you know? It's really sad that some people are like that. Because, like, I would never want to bring anyone in on my negativity. Like, the negative stuff in my life, I might talk to people about it, but I wouldn't have wanted to bring them into it. Like, when I was going through my mental health crisis, I wanted to be alone because I didn't want anyone to see what I was going through. I didn't want them to be affected. I didn't want them to worry. But, I mean, if you're absent all the time, they're going to worry about you anyway. If they care, that is. And I've known families that they would turn their backs on people if they found out stuff. Like, oh, you smoke weed? Well, I don't trust you anymore, you know, because you're a drug addict. Oh, well, thanks. I'm glad that we're family. You know, that's what my girlfriend's families were like. They would get mad at each other and they wouldn't talk for weeks. It's like, just make up, you know? Or just don't piss people off. Like, they had a narcissism about them where they felt like they had to have the upper hand in a given situation. And they had to put people down. And I used to ignore that. But that's a red flag, you know? Like, when people put other people down, it's to make themselves feel better. And that's a bad thing to do. Like, I never want to put anyone down. Even if they've done something stupid, you know, you have to be nice to them.
Because as long as they realize they made a mistake, then maybe they'll learn from that. But like, oh, you did that? Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah, oh, you know, well, frickin' my last ex, so many red flags, but I'm like, oh, you know, we're having sex, you know, we're going out to dinner, we're doing stuff, you know, I'll overlook it. But you know, that wasn't a very smart thing to do. Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, because I was so nice, I just would see people do bad stuff and I'd be like, "Well, I'm nice, so I'm not going to judge them too harshly for it." But you should. Like when people are putting others down, it's like, "What is wrong with you?" You know, those people are not worth your time. But then they make life miserable for you, right? Oh, well, this person is my supervisor, so I kind of have to be nice to them. You know, my supervisor and my girlfriend, you know. Don't ever put yourself in that situation. Like if you work with someone and you're the same level, sure, try a relationship. But if they're above you or below you, don't do that. That's bad. You never want to have a difference like that. Because one person always gets screwed over. Unless you want that, right? Like, you know, if a woman wanted to be in a relationship with me and pay for me to do YouTube and help support my hobbies, you know, I might be inclined to do that. But, you know, what is she getting in return, right? Some relationships are transactional, and those aren't very good relationships. You know, oh, I'm only having sex with you because you did a good thing for me. You know, that's what my other girlfriend was like. You know, she didn't do it because she loved me. It was a transaction. And, you know, that's not very fun. You know, I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy transactional exchanges. You know, if I'm going to be with someone, I want to be in love with them. You know, and I loved all those people. I loved my friends. I loved my girlfriends. I loved my coworkers. I loved my bosses. Because that's the way I am. You know, I'd rather feel positivity. I'd rather feel affection for people than negativity. And I had a really hard time dealing with negativity because some people are just negative, and if you don't know how to deal with that, it's going to crush you. Because they'll strip you apart. You know, they'll dismantle you and do it very easily too, because you're not prepared for it. So like Jordan Peterson, a Canadian psychologist, I always forget if it's psychiatrist or psychologist, but Jordan Peterson, he says, you know, be disagreeable, develop your shadow, as he calls it, you know. Be a jerk, but in a fun way, you know? Like when someone comes and complains to you, kind of make a joke out of it, right? Don't be brought down to their level. Try to get them out of it. Psychologist, yeah, I always forget. So that's a really important lesson to learn. And he learned that through experiencing, you know, social constructs, right? Like he used to work on a railway, and everyone had their lunches in a paper bag because it was cheap. Well, one guy came in with a lunchbox, a metal lunchbox, and he was different. Like, he stands out, right? So if you stand out, you're going to get made fun of. So people would make fun of him. Oh, nice lunchbox, buddy. And he would get upset about it. Like, oh, you're making fun of me, you jerks, screw you. When he should have just been like, oh, yeah, you know, my wife got it for me, so I like using it. You know, that's all you have to do. That's what they call a shit test. People will do that. They will test you to see if you're worth their time. And if you crack under the pressure, well, they won't consider you an ally or a friend. They'll consider you something negative. So people need to learn that stuff, but they don't teach it. Like school, right? High school. Oh, you're learning how to be a part of society. No, you're not. You're not learning anything like that. You're learning how to be a good citizen, which is go to university, take out a loan, get into debt, get a job that you hate, buy a house that's not the right house, buy a car that's not the right car, and just hate everything that you do because you're paying taxes. Like, that's the Canadian dream, is to be a peasant, basically. They don't teach you how to open a bank account. They don't teach you how to invest. They don't teach you how to buy a house. They don't teach you how to deal with negativity. They don't prepare you for anything. That's why there's so many people that are lost now. Because the education system is absolute garbage. It fails people all the time. The only people that succeed in school are the people with wealth the people with intelligence, the people with athletic ability. Only the top 10% get to be successful. Everyone else goes to McDonald's or whatever, you know? And McDonald's is not a bad job. You know, you have to start somewhere. But you shouldn't stay there forever unless you like it, right? Like if I had stayed working on counter at Tim Hortons, I would have been there way longer. Create citizens that follow the rules. Yes, exactly. That follow the rules. And following the rules usually gets you screwed over. Documentary? Oh, if you remember what it's called, I'd be interested in seeing it. Like, doing things the right way usually is not to your benefit. That's why there's people that scam the system all the time. And the people that scam the system are very successful. That's why crime is such a big thing, right? Oh, they say crime doesn't pay. Well, that's an absolute fallacy. Crime pays all the time. Crime pays for your lawyer. Crime pays for your house. Crime pays for your education. You know? People that don't have to pay tax, they make a lot of money. So, you know, I'm not endorsing crime, but crime is one of those things that exists on the bell curve, right? So the top 25% are the elite, and the bottom 25% are the criminals. But they're still making money. And then everyone in the average, the 50%, they're the ones that get exploited by the extremes. So if you're average, you're being exploited. Because when you are an achiever, people will hoist you up, they'll give you opportunity, they'll pay for your way, they'll do everything for you. Because you're popular. That's how I got my promotion. Oh, you know, we see you working hard during the day. I worked every single shift. I've worked the morning shift, I've worked the day shift, I've worked the afternoon shift, I worked the night shift. I worked all those shifts, and I did it all well. So, hey, you want to bake? Sure, why not? You know, it's just it's the evolution of my career, right? Well, that's the thing, they say. Like my brother, Cindy's husband, sent me a thing where the guy's like, work hard, but don't work too hard, because what you'll get is more work. And that's what happened to me. I'm living proof. I worked really hard, and all I got was more work. And I didn't even get paid extra for it until someone else complained. They complained for themselves, but I'm like, well, hey, are they right about this? Should I get a raise? Oh, yeah, well, you know, we'll give you the raise. It's like, well, why didn't I get it in the first place? Because they were saving 50 cents an hour. Oh, wow, 50 cents an hour. Holy crap. Like, you'd think they'd just give it to you, but no. Oh, that 50 cents adds up to a lot of money over the course of a month. Like, 50 cents over a 40-hour work week is $20. $20, okay? That's not a lot of money. Like, you know, it's literally an extra hour of wage. That's it, an extra hour. It's ridiculous. And then people will go and they'll be like, oh, but I get raises, I get this, I get that, because you're popular. You know? People either like the way you look, they like your personality, they want to bang you, they want to be your friend, whatever, you know? Someone likes you. That's why you're getting stuff. And don't think for a second that they don't expect something in return. Because they do. Like, sometimes all they want is gratitude. Like, you know, or just their own satisfaction. Like, I give my mom money because she deserves it. She doesn't thank me for it. She doesn't say, oh, thanks for the money, son. You know, I don't need that. I do it because I know it helps her out, so I feel good about doing it, you know? That's what you do for people. You find your own reasons for doing it, and then you do it, right? You know, that's the way it should be. It's called pay it forward, right? Pay it forward. You know, someone does you a kindness, you do a kindness for someone else, eventually everyone's doing kindnesses for each other. But it always gets to a point where someone takes advantage. So, I just remembered this, but in Tim Hortons, we'd have these streaks where, oh, I want to pay for the order behind me too. And then they'd be like, they'd roll up and, oh, your order was paid for by that person. Oh, really? Oh, I want to pay for the person behind me too. And you'd have these trains of people buying each other drinks or buying each other food. And then someone would show up and they'd be like, oh, your thing's already paid for. Oh, sweet. See ya, suckers. And they'd pull out, like, whatever. Like, that's what the problem is it always gets to a point where someone is like, take. You know, that's what I do in life. I take, you know, because I'm a man, or I'm a woman, or whatever. You know, I take because I'm superior, is basically what it is. So, you know, those are the things that are wrong with the world, not the kindnesses that we do for each other. You know? Like, Cindy's doing me a kindness by being a part of my stream, and I'm doing her a kindness by giving her something to, you know, entertain her while she's at work. You know? That's why, like, I love streaming. Because when you do get people on and they're watching, you know I'm not just talking to myself. Like, I know I'm talking to people, and I'm talking to people in the future, right? You know, people come on to the stream live. Maybe they want to catch it from the beginning, so they wait till it's done and they watch it from the beginning. Well, now there's going to have a whole stream of me sharing my personal experiences and my thoughts with people, you know? And I like that stuff. I like hearing what people think. I like understanding how they feel. That's why I love Zarek Zacharon. Like, the guy doesn't shut up. He'll stream for 12 hours and he won't shut up the whole freaking time. Like, that's a skill. And he's smart, he's funny, he's ruthless. You know, he's a great dude. But because he wears cat ear headphones, some people have a problem with that. Like, they'll come onto his stream and they'll say, oh, I've been subscribed for 10, 12 years, and this is what you're doing now? I'm out of here. You know, like, they're just cat ear headphones, man. They were a gift from his family, a gag gift, and he's like, well, joke's on you, I actually like them. Because he is a cat boy. He's a self-proclaimed cat man. Right? So, there's nothing wrong with being that. Okay? Like, that's funny. I think that's funny. Like VTubers, right? If you don't want to be on camera because you don't think you're attractive enough or confident enough and you want to use a VTuber, that's fine. You know, some people really like VTubers. I have a couple that I'm subscribed to. I don't watch them all the time, but I subscribe to them because I like them. I like the games that they play. And that's the important thing. It's not about how someone looks or acts. It's about what they do, right? The behavior. Their actions, right? Actions speak louder than words. So when I see they're having a good time and they're, you know, they're being good to their audience and they're having a great time with them, that's a good thing. Zarek does have an avatar that he made. It's a cat man in a maid outfit. What makes a VTuber? Yeah. So that's basically it. A VTuber has a cartoon avatar. Sometimes they're 3D. Sometimes it's just a picture that will like light up when they talk. But they use an alter ego. So VTuber is virtual tuber, right? It's not a real person. But there's a real person behind that, right? So some of them are actually really strange. Like one VTuber was talking about, oh, when the government comes to take your guns, just invest in a 3D printer. That's all I'm saying. Like, they will say really weird stuff. And it's just weird. Yeah, it's a cat man made. People think it's a female, but it doesn't have breasts, so it's a male. But yeah, he'll use that when he doesn't want to be on camera. Because the stuff he likes to wear silky shirts. Like a silky shirt with like a weird pattern from the 50s. Like, that's what he likes to wear at home. Because it's comfortable. Because normally he just wears his business clothes. Like a dress shirt, a tie, and then he's probably in his boxers underneath. You know? So, it's funny. Like, people will watch him and because he's dressed up, like, oh, this guy is like a sophisticated man. No, he's just, he got into the habit of wearing his work clothes because he'd go to work, he'd come home, he'd be too tired to change, so he'd just stream in his work clothes, and it catched on. Like, people like it, right? Like, he looks smart because he wears a tie, you know, but he doesn't even wear it right. Like, he undoes the neck button, like, oh, this shirt's too tight. That's why I hate dress shirts. They're too tight in the neck. Well, he undoes the button, and he tells people that, right? Oh, just undo this button, and your tie will keep your shirt together. That's how I wear it, you know? Yeah, I really enjoy his stuff. Because like some YouTubers are so big that if they say the wrong thing, they might lose money. And he has a day job, so he's not in that situation, so he can be as honest as he possibly can. And that's great. Like, I appreciate honesty. Sometimes I say things and he doesn't agree with what I say, and he'll say that, and that's fine. You know? Like, sometimes I'm wrong, or sometimes I say the wrong thing, or I misread the room, right? Sometimes I say something stupid. And, you know, I'll feel a little bit guilty. Like, I said something weird in blind stream, and, you know, I kind of, like, had to backpedal a bit because I was saying the wrong thing. And I felt bad, but, you know, I learned. And I was in a Legend of Total War stream. And I was like, oh, I hope they make the game easier. And people were like, oh, what are you talking about? That's dumb. You know, stow your ego. It's like, the heck? Just sharing my opinion, fools. Like, I don't get some people. So I try not to disagree with anyone. Like, if you say something that's a bit strange, I'll kind of laugh at it and kind of just let it go. Like, I won't try to set you straight or anything like that. I won't try to disagree with you, because, like, people should be allowed to say things that are silly. They should be allowed to. Like, is there a problem with me using this stream as a soapbox to share my personal thoughts? Yeah, exactly. I want to have fun. But the developers have cultivated that mentality. Yeah, life is hard enough to make your games that you spend hundreds of dollars on harder, right? Like, I don't understand that. So, I stopped going to his streams. It's not that I don't like him, but I don't like his audience. And he doesn't like it anymore either. He stopped streaming. He only makes videos now. Because he doesn't like his audience. And he has a kid. His daughter is going to be a year old in June or July. I forget which month. But he's got a kid now, too. So, that takes priority in his life. And it should, right? Like, I always wonder about Zarek having kids, because he doesn't sleep on a regular schedule. He'll stay up one night, sleep during the day, then he'll sleep during the day, stay up all night the next day. You know, like, he has a rotating sleep cycle because of his mental health issues. So, like, the idea of him having a kid, like, I wonder how he would manage to do that. He'd probably have to take less time from streaming. So, I don't know. Like, he said that him and his wife were trying to have a kid, but, like, I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. Like, I won't know until that kid is born. We're at 250 population now. Man, we have a lot of cats. And dogs, holy cow. Like, you know, people just have to let people be. And when game developers, politicians, you know, employers, they try to dictate for you how you should live your life, you know, that's wrong. That's cruelty, right? No one should have to be made bad for living their life unless they're doing something negative, right? Like, if you smoke weed or get drunk, you know, I hope you're doing it responsibly. I'm trying to get away from that stuff, so in my personal life, I will not be condoning that, but if you do that, you know, that's your business. I won't judge you for it. In my mind, I'll hope that you get away from it because, like, getting drunk is bad. Like, I don't enjoy it. I like the taste of alcohol, but I don't like being drunk. I don't like feeling stupid. I don't like feeling sluggish. So I stopped smoking weed. I would do these streams and I wouldn't be with it, you know? Because the thing about weed is, if you do it like once a month, you know, that's fine. You know, you're not going to build up a tolerance to it, but the more of it you do, the more it stores up in your body. because it stores in the fat of your body. And, you know, everyone knows it's hard to burn fat because of the diets that we have. You have to eat a certain kind of way to be able to burn that fat off. That's why only professional people can afford to do that. Like, I can't afford to starve myself because I'm not very big. You know, I have to eat. I don't want to be hungry. But if I wanted to look ripped, like, we watched Watson and he took his shirt off and the guy is absolutely freaking ripped. Okay? Like, absolutely ripped. And I'm like, damn, that guy works out. But he has to sacrifice to have that body. Like, he can't eat pizza, you know? Can't eat pizza? I would die. Like, pizza is one of my favorite foods of all time. I freaking love pizza. If I couldn't eat that, like, I would hate to be in a diet. Like, I want to eat what I want to eat when I want to eat it, okay? That's how I live my life. And the only thing that stops me from eating bad food is I have to go there and buy it. Like, I would love to have some Taco Bell. Like, I would eat Taco Bell every day, but I have to walk there. You know, I'm not going to ask my mom to drive me to get food for just myself. That's kind of unfair. So I'd have to buy some for my brother. But, like, if my mom's not going to eat it, you know, she's offered to take me to get Taco Bell for us, but, like, I want all three of us to eat the same thing. Gluten-free's getting pretty good. I haven't really tried gluten-free stuff before, so I don't really know. I don't really know that much about it. But that's good. Like, there's alternatives now. Like, KFC has a plant-based chicken burger now. I saw in an ad. Which is interesting. Like, I don't know if I would want to try it. Like, I'd have to try it with someone. Like, get one and, like, split it in half or something like that. Because, like, what if it's not good? I don't want to waste my money on food. But it's good that there are alternatives out there. Oh, the cook has taken a Fey Mood. Sexual. Let's follow him. Yeah, with pasta, I wouldn't be able to see that much of a difference. Because pasta doesn't really have much of a taste to it. That's why you use sauce, right? That sounds really good, though. Did you make... Oh, yeah, you said crock pot. Yeah. Crock pot mac and cheese. Man. I wouldn't mind some of that. This guy is a master cook. So what's he doing? Yeah, I remember he had a lot of issues with food when he was young. And that sucks. Like, I remember him eating sour cream and onion chips and he broke out in a rash. Like, I felt bad for the kid. I'm glad he's grown out of it, though, because living with that would be terrible. Like, food allergies are scary because they can kill you, right? Like, I don't think I'm allergic to anything, but my mom, she developed an intolerance to some of her favorite food. Like, she loves strawberries. She thinks they're probably one of the best things in the world, but if she eats one, she has an allergic reaction now. And I don't know where that comes from. Like, I don't know why people develop stuff like that. It's kind of strange. It makes you wonder, you know, what's happening to people now that causes that. It's actually kind of scary. Like, regular bread has stuff like it depends on what you get and where you get it, but it can have like extra sugar put in it. Or like the buns at Wendy's. The buns at Wendy's have protein put into it, which is kind of strange. It helps make their food look a little bit better because, like, when you look at the nutrition information for a burger, they show you for the whole burger. They don't tell you what the carbs in a bun is and the carbs in the meat are. They put the whole thing together. So it's kind of hard to know what's really good for you. Like, they're different. I remember the way the Wendy's burgers used to be. They used to be really good. They had these big kind of cornmeal dusting buns. The patties were like different shapes all the time. They were just kind of mashed together, but it was so tasty. Like, I still remember that taste. Oh, that sounds good. I used to like that bread. It was great with the coffee. Holy cow. Portuguese sweetbread, yeah. That's a very good memory. Yeah, that stuff is really good. This guy is making something interesting. He's hauled stone and he's hauling gems. I think he's gonna make like a statue or something. Disdains fairness, disdains power, disdains merriment, disdains decorum. Just like, just be into intuition and focus. Yeah, that's one thing I like about where you live. There's a lot of stuff that's easily accessible. Like, I love the transit system in your city, Cindy, because it runs every 15 minutes, so if you miss a bus, it's not that big of a deal. Now he's getting some leather. Like, where I live, the street that I'm on, the bus only runs until 6 o'clock. So if you want to go anywhere in the evening, like if I was working the night shift or something, I'd have to walk. But I mean, I don't want to spend $3 on the bus anyway. Like, I want to start walking and running. When the weather gets better, I'm planning on going for walks and running. You know, get some exercise, get some fresh air. That's something I don't want to do when I get stoned. Like, when I'm stoned, I don't want to exercise or anything like that. I don't even really want to play video games. Which is why I quit. Because, like, what good is something that makes you want to do nothing? That's kind of bad. That's what I mean. Like, statistics are kind of misleading. Like, I read a thing. It's like, oh, 30% of Canadians smoke weed. It's like, really? But then it says, oh, to be considered for the study, you only have to smoke once a year. Once a year? Like, if you only try it once, that's not smoking weed. That's just trying it. So they're inflating their numbers to make us look like, oh, we're pot friendly, right? The truth is, like, most people in Canada don't smoke weed, and they don't approve of it. Like I said about the what do you call it? The bell curve, right? The 50% average don't really care. And then the people that do care are against it, or they're for it. But most people don't care. Like, no one in my family is judging me for having smoked weed, but they are judging me for quitting it, and they're judging me in a good way. You know, my brother said he was proud of me, and that's great. I'm glad he's proud of me. I want him to be proud of me. It makes me happy to know that I made that choice. You know, it makes me not regret it. And that's important, right? Like, that's why family is so important, right? Because those are the people that will support you. Yeah, you can have friends that do that, but it's not the same. Like, you have to have a really good friend to be able to do that. Like, my friends all judged me. So that's how you know they weren't really friends. You know? But, you know, I was doing some stuff that was worth judging. So if I didn't want to recognize that, you know, that's on me too. I have communed with Lek in this holy place. I am filled with wonder. He's having a religious experience, which is great. Like, your husband sent me an Instagram, and it was the Satanist. He's like, Hail Satan, talking to this guy, and he's like, yeah, our church has 12,000 members. Then it shows him later, where he's talking about having found Jesus Christ, and he's crying about it, because he was so full of love and so full of happiness. And it's like, dude, if a Satanist can find Jesus, surely the rest of us can too. But maybe some of us don't need Jesus, right? Like, I've never had what you call a religious experience. I've had spiritual experiences, but I'm not a very religious person. I do believe in God. I do believe in Jesus. Like, I do think that Jesus died for our sins. Because it's accepted by so many people, you know? Like, even people that aren't Christian knew about Jesus, right? They knew about him. That's how far he spread. Like, he's filled the entire world. And even other religions write about him, too. Like in Islam, I don't think they believe he's the son of God. They believe he's a prophet, so a human. But in Christianity, he's the son of God, right? Because of what he did for us. And I'm not going to say, hey, you need to get baptized right now. I'm just saying, hey, I believe in Jesus, and I like believing in Jesus because it's a positive thing. Like, someone that teaches forgiveness, someone that teaches sacrifice, that's not such a bad thing. Like, those are good qualities in a person. So whether you believe he's the son of God or not, you got to recognize that the example that was set. So, like, a good example, everyone, like your parents, right? Your parents set an example for you. They want you to follow, but it's up to you whether you follow it or not. That's really important, right? Like, some people don't want to be like their parents, and that's fine. Like, you know, if you don't want to, you don't want to. But some people do. But, you know, that just depends on the situation. Like, I appreciate what my parents have done for me. Are there things that they do that I disagree with? Yeah. But I have to recognize that they can make their own decisions. And they're at an age now where they should be allowed to do whatever they want. You know, my parents are in their 70s, which is kind of crazy to think of because, you know, usually your parents aren't that old. But we're a multi-generational family. So that doesn't usually happen. Like, usually people don't have kids when they're older, but, you know, my parents did. And I'm glad they did. I'm happy to be alive. Happy to be here. Happy to live in this beautiful country. You know, I've been to a lot of places, and Canada's a pretty good place to live. Yeah, it's got its cons, right? Just like anything else, but... You know, the healthcare system saved my life. And if it was private healthcare, I would have been screwed. We wouldn't have had the money for it. But because we have public healthcare, it took me a few times, but I managed to get through it. You having spiritual things happen? That's good, you know? I think that usually happens when you're older, right? Like, because you're a grandmother, right? You know, you are vicariously living through your children, right? Like, your children are now at the point where they're doing what you did before. So you're seeing things from the other side, right? And how you feel about that really determines your character. Like, your kids are all great. You know, they haven't, like, cheated on their spouses. They don't do drugs. They don't drink. They'll support each other. Like, your kids are visiting each other all the time, right? Like, I don't see my brothers that often, but they have families to take care of, right? Like, I see Cindy and her husband. I see them a lot. Like, I used to even live with them. But their kids are all grown up and they've moved out, whereas my other brothers, their kids are still at home. So, their responsibility is to their kids. But you're getting to see things from a different perspective, and that's kind of a miracle, right? Like, family is a miracle. Birth is a miracle. And, you know, your kids are having kids. That's kind of a crazy thing to experience. Like, I couldn't imagine that. Like, I'm not in a position where I would want to have kids. That would scare me way too much to have that. Because there's things about the world that I haven't reconciled with, you know. Like, I really didn't enjoy school. I didn't enjoy the indoctrination. I didn't enjoy the bullying. I didn't enjoy any of that. And the bullying came from the teachers, not the students. Like, I had a great time with all the students. I've been... Oh, we have a ghost. Oh, we gotta put Nelty's thing down. So Saxul is building something. We gotta put those things down. Slab. Forgot about that. Okay, we're good. Once that gets put down, he'll be absolved. But it's good that you're having spiritual experiences. I feel like as you get older, you kind of get more in line with that sort of thing, right? Because of your experience, right? It's a good thing. You know, anything that fills you with wonder and makes you think about stuff, right? That's really important. It really comes down to your own perspective, right? Like, you know, one thing I always notice is like, I'll be watching a video or a stream, and I'll go to pause it, and it'll be like, say, 4 hours, 13 minutes, 31 seconds. So it's 13:31, you know? The same numbers side by side, and I'm pausing it right at that point, you know? That's a statistical anomaly. The odds of you moving your cursor to that thing and it being those numbers or all the same numbers is very rare. So stuff like that happens to me a lot, and I take a lot of enjoyment out of that because it makes me think that I'm on a track, right? Where things are going for me a certain way. And it's a good thing, you know? It's all positive stuff. But I'm going to finish this off, and I need to use the bathroom and make a coffee, and I'll be right back. We'll let this guy do his thing. He says that isn't funny. Okay, well, whatever you say, buddy. He disdains merriment, so I shouldn't joke with him too much. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh no. Oh, poet's been put to rest. Excellent. Okay, we're good. Black Zool is still working, trying to focus on the practical side of the matter. Whatever he's making, it's pretty complicated because he picked up about 5 different items. Oh, excuse me. Really curious to see what he comes up with. He had like stone, gem, gold, leather, and rope. Some kind of a complicated thing. What's this? Oh, stray cat has adopted someone. It's kind of funny that you can't adopt a cat, but a cat can adopt you, which is kind of true. He's got a coating of blood on him. And barley wine covering him as well. That's kind of weird. Short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. He is very agile, but he is weak and very quick to tire. His hair is wavy. His very long beard is neatly combed. His very short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail. His eyebrows are incredibly high. His eyelashes are quite long. His nose bridge is somewhat concave. His nose is slightly upturned. His hair is brown. His skin is ecru. His eyes are cobalt. He is a master cook. Adequate marks dwarf. Competent tracker. He knows a lot of poetry. Yeah, prim and proper. Flavor. Oh, you can do this. Oh, interesting. He has great intuition, a great ability to focus, a feel for music, a sum of patience, an ability to read emotions fairly well, and a way with words. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He likes to brawl. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He has little interest in joking around. He is generally quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He prefers to present himself modestly. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is trusting. He doesn't focus on material goods. He doesn't often feel envious of others. He often feels lustful. He is quite ambitious. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He chews his cheek when he's angry. He scratches his head when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, just like every other dwarf. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. I find it creepy when they say that. He's got memories. Being near a waterfall. He's killed 2 Grey Langurs. Still busy at work. So let's see what he. I hope he finishes this soon. Getting close to the end of the year. Then we'll be a year away from 10 years. Not sure what I'll do then. Maybe we'll start adventure mode in a couple of weeks and try that out. Man, my nose is itching. Yeah, but Adventure Mode just released on the 23rd, so it's still fairly new. But people have been waiting for it for a while. There are other games like it, like Caves of Cud and Cyclopean and stuff like that, which are like low graphics like this, but full of text. Like I was watching Zarek play Cyclopean, and it's all one color, right? So you pick whatever color you want. You can make it pink, purple, red, blue, green, whatever. And it's all like a map like this. And you move your character around on the map. And when you go into caves, it goes first person. And then you move like square by square, going through the caves and the dungeons. And you'll run into monsters and cats. And you can trade with cats. And you can talk to cats and fight monsters. You can talk to the monsters. It's kind of cool. Like, you can fight a monster, and then when it gets discouraged, you can talk to it and end the fight that way. And they'll tell you stuff about the area, tell you stuff about other factions, about creatures. Like, sometimes they don't even know what you're talking about. Like, the ghouls are like, what's a cat? Like, I have no idea what a cat is. It's just kind of funny. But it's a really cool game. So, adventure mode on this should be interesting. I watched a bit of it. It's not bad. Like, I don't usually play games like this, but I kind of got into it watching someone else play, and now you and I have this our date for Dwarf Fortress, which I quite enjoy, because you're the only one that consistently shows up to a stream, right? My other streams, I don't always get the same people, so it's not always as fun, but I do enjoy this. I mean, I know you, right? You know me. So, it's really easy to talk to you because you understand what I'm saying most of the time. Whereas people that don't know me, they might not know what I'm talking about. So, these streams, I kind of have a bit of fun. And the other streams, I still enjoy myself, but I like talking to people. So, I have had people tell me some interesting stuff, like about the computers, right? I talked to an older guy, and he told me about these computers where you use a cassette tape for the memory, which is really interesting. You know, I never even knew that you could do that, but you could. So, you know, magnetic tapes were used for a lot of stuff, more than just music. Oh, we got another dead. Coulette is dead. Okay. We need to make... Oh, we can't because he's on it right now. I can't because he's using this right now, so we might end up with a ghost. Gotta wait for this guy to finish. Maybe I can build another one. Stoneworker, there it is. Yeah, let's put this here. Oh, because the river thawed. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. We lose one about every year. Okay. Surprised the river's thawing already. We must have very mild winters here. Okay, he's done. Okay, let's keep an eye on Saxul. Whatever it is, it must be really complicated because this is kind of a long time for them to be working on one thing. So tonight we're going to be watching Star Wars Episode 8. What is it called? I forget what Episode 8 is called. Oh, Extreme Snacks. I forgot about Extreme Snacks. Huh. Ontario is hiring thousands of election workers. You can make $29.50 per hour. Wow. Doing what? The Last Jedi. Yeah. So we're going to watch The Last Jedi tonight. Which should be fun. We get to see Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker again. The best thing about Mark Hamill is he never bought into the hype. Every time people would ask him about the movie, he'd be like, huh, you're gonna be disappointed. Like, he warned everyone about the new Star Wars, and even though it made a lot of money, they're not very good movies. But a lot of stuff was like that, where, because it's all CGI, the production's not as good. You don't mind that one? Okay. I don't really remember what happens in it. I only saw it once. So, curious to see how it turns out. Like, they just don't have the same feel as classic Star Wars. And that makes me sound like an old man, but it's true. Like, when I watch the old Star Wars, I keep in mind that these were made a long time ago. Like 20 and 40 years ago. And they just didn't have the technology then. And it's interesting to see what they do with it. Like, I love the original Star Wars because it's all real. Like, it's all real sets. There's some CGI now, but I've seen the originals. I saw the original effects. I remember what it's like. And it was really impressive. But George Lucas thought it looked silly, so he replaced it all with CGI. Which is fine. You know, it's his movie. He can do what he wants. but we should have the option to watch the original. We have a DVD set somewhere. I think it's in the crawl space, but they're DVDs, and they have the theatrical cut with the old effects, and then the digital re-release, which is the new Star Wars. And that was really cool, because, like, for the ships, they used models. For the animals, they used animation, like claymation or whatever. And most of the aliens were suits, which is really cool. Like, the alien suits, like, that's the most impressive part of the movie, is creating these aliens and making suits for the people to wear. Like, the only other movie I can think of that has that is Lord of the Rings. You know, like, they're not cheesy, right? Like, they look convincing. It's not like the old Godzilla where it's a dude in a suit and he's stomping around small buildings, you know, like, that you can tell it's not real. Or that it is real, but it's kind of silly. But Star Wars always convinced me that it was, like, real stuff. And, like, how do you come up with ideas like that? You know, you have to be a genius. You have to have a vision. I could never come up with original art like that. Well, not to that degree. I mean, I came up with my thumbnails, and I make my thieves. I'm not worried about the thieves. Like my logo and stuff like that. You know, it's original. As far as I know, like, my logo or whatever kind of reminds me of the VLC media player, which is like a pylon, an orange pylon. I love VLC, I always have. Okay, well, when he's done, it'll notify us, so let's go find some other stuff. Okay, it's spring, but it's not quite time to harvest. Yeah, it's not time to harvest yet. We have to wait till maybe the next month. Okay, we're growing stuff. Grow some barley. Wonder if those hippie elves are still there. Yeah, there they are. Naked elves just hanging out. Elves can live for a long time, too. 278 years. That's older than a dwarf, I think. I don't know what they're doing, though. It's kind of funny. 8 children? Holy cow. Huh. Worship the sun, yeah. The one elf was pretty tanned. Yeah, look at that. Pretty tanned. Oh, there's a song by Queens of the Stone Age, My God is the Sun. Pretty good tune. I really enjoy Queens of the Stone Age. They're part of a genre that's called desert rock. And desert rock because they're from, like, Nevada or whatever in California. But it's a pretty good genre. There's a YouTube channel called The Molten Universe, and it's all desert rock playlists. I used to listen to it all the time. But I don't really listen to music anymore because it's not that I don't like music, but if I get too excited, I'll hallucinate, basically. So I have to watch myself. Can't get too excited. Like, even though I'm medicated, I still experience symptoms. You know, occasionally I do hear or see something strange. Like, I'll be looking around and there'll be these flashes of light or flashes of color in different spots, like in the corner of my eye. And it always kind of surprises me. Or like like it'll be like a speck, like a pixel of a bright light. It's just randomly somewhere in my field of vision. And those are hallucinations. Because there's nothing creating the light, it's all in my head. So, very interesting. Maybe we should chop some trees down. Do we need wood? No, we don't need wood. Who's this? Oh, it's a kid. I'm like, the heck is that kid? Can be migraine. I've never had a migraine. I don't get headaches. He gets migraines? I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't get headaches or migraines. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a mild one and I don't know. Could be. That's funny though, because Mom has the same kind of thing. Doesn't always get pain. Okay, it's interesting. I wonder what causes that. Yeah, because it's all about your visual field, right? It kind of reminds me, though, of sometimes when I was going through stuff, like, it would be like the room was darker when I was going through hallucinations. It'd be like the lights were dimmed down. And everything was dark, and it'd be like I was looking from inside my eyes. It was weird. Like, everything was focused to a narrow perspective. And, like, the lights would be really dark. That's how I knew I was hallucinating. But that doesn't always happen. Like, if I close my eyes, I see a whole bunch of, like, sparkles. Like, flashing lights all over the place. And it's not like, you know when you look at a light, and then you look away, and there's that remnant of the light? It's not like that. It's like white noise, but it's different colored lights. And I see that all the time. Especially in the dark. Like, if it's dark, then I see that. What the heck? Dead cat. Dead cat. Dead dog. What happened to him? Troglodyte? What? The spear dwarf is fighting. Oh, he got killed by a troll? Where's this troll? Troll! There's a troll coming up from under the caves. Oh, crap. Did we get it? Troglodytes. Damn, English got killed by a troll. Yeah, occasionally things come up from underneath. That's the first time that's happened. You know, I talk a lot about Star Wars, but I haven't talked about Star Trek. I really enjoy Star Trek, like especially the Next Generation, because of its social commentary. I really enjoyed that part of the show. Like Deep Space Nine and Voyager are good too. Deep Space Nine is great because it's more mature. It's more of a mature story because it's dealing with like war and occupation and gods and stuff like that. But the Next Generation usually covered some really interesting subjects. And the new Star Trek show Discovery, well, there's a couple. There's three Star Trek shows, new ones. There's Picard, Star Trek Discovery, and Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And they were okay, but I just didn't enjoy them as much because, again, it's more about the action stuff. Like Star Trek Discovery, it started off really good because it's about a first officer who mutinies against her captain and saves her crew from dying in this battle. But she becomes the captain of her own ship, and the thing that I found kind of silly was she was always the one going on away missions. You know, like, you have a crew for that, right? Like, what about your chief of security? Deep Star 6? What the heck is that? Is that really a thing, or are you just saying that? No, that's an actual movie. Huh. Deep Space Nine? Oh, well, it's funny because there actually is a movie called Deep Star 6. An elven caravan has arrived. Yes. Witness our great works. Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny that J.J. Abrams got to direct Star Trek and Star Wars. Oh, she always called it the wrong thing? That sounds like Mom. Make charcoal has been completed. Okay, let's make some more. See, what's something we could do? This guy's still working on that. I wonder where that troll came from. Well, the door's open, so it could probably open doors. Not that big of a deal. It's a little bit of excitement for us. Oh, that's too bad. Hopefully it doesn't snow too much while you're at work. Is it, do you have far to go from your second job? An elf diplomat. Cap your tree fells at 25. I can do that. Okay, let's work towards a mutual coexistence. Okay. Oh, wow, that's actually quite a ways to go. Holy crap. Do you not work at the one in your hometown? Or do you have to go to another city? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, because, like, we came to visit you one time, but that must have been on the way back from Toronto. Forgot about that. Yeah, that's too bad. Well, hopefully the roads are clear for you when you get, once you have to come home. Like, it's not snowing here yet, but if there's gonna be any snow... Yeah, you know what? It could have been from the laundromat. Yeah. Man, that was a while ago. Holy cow. Oh. Getting a little bit gurgly. Oh, when I get up in the morning, I wake up and then I just go back to bed until it's time to do this. I like sleeping in the morning because, like, if I have a dream that's interesting, I can keep thinking about that dream and go back into the dream while I'm still kind of awake. It's fun. Usually my dreams have some sort of video game mechanic. Like, I've dreamed of some really interesting video games in my time. I used to, when I was younger, like a kid, I would dream about a game that was coming out, and then I would wake up and I'd think that game was real, and it wouldn't be real, so I'd be disappointed, which is kind of funny. Wonder how that laundromat's doing. Oh wow, that's exciting. Oh yeah, we have the party on Sunday. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I've been trying to eat more. Because you know how I was saying before, I don't like getting stuffed? Well, Mom made these huge burgers. Like, she went to Costco and got a huge roll of ground beef. And she made burgers from it. And they were freaking massive. Like massive burgers. Probably like half a pound each. And I ate them both. But I was full. That was like the fullest I'd ever been in a while. But then we had pork chops yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I could eat another pork chop. So that's a good thing. Like, I need to eat more. I need to eat more, and I need to exercise more. I've been doing push-ups. Because they're, like, you know, like, lifting weights is fine, but, like, I feel better when I do push-ups, because it's my whole body that I do. I like push-ups and squats. And that always makes me feel pretty good. Like, I find squats hard to do because my legs are stiff. But the more I do it, the better I get at it. Yeah, I hope we have pizza. I would definitely like to eat some pizza. Microsoft is gonna buy TikTok? Lol. Like, TikTok is probably the biggest waste of space I've ever seen. Because all it is just nonsense. Like, it appeals to kids, right? Because it's, you know, it's Instagram, but not wholesome. Like, my ex used to show me TikToks all the time, and I'm just like, why do people watch this crap? Like, I don't want to watch a bunch of little girls dance to weird songs. That's kind of creepy. But, like, that's who uses it mostly, is young people, right? And then it's Chinese, so they're spying on you. They're collecting your personal information the whole time. So Microsoft buying it is just a huge LOL. It's like they already spy on you, but because someone else is spying on you, they're getting jealous. What are you doing with that ox? Or yak, whatever it is. And it's funny because they banned it and then they unbanned it in the same day. People are starting to get grumpy. This number's going up. I don't know why they're getting grumpy. They just are. We haven't run out of alcohol yet. And we have 17,000 food, so they're not going hungry. Oh no! Saxul. The guy that was working on something, he just went crazy. Running around babbling. Yeah, these dwarfs don't drink wine, they drink beer. I don't understand why that happens. Like, why doesn't he just make something? He ripped off all of his clothes and now he's running around going crazy. He's probably gonna end up dying. And we'll lose our master cook. Which is too bad. Prepared donkey heart roast. Sounds delicious. Well, people are liking the statues. Gold statue of dwarves. This is an exceptional gold statue of dwarves. The item is exceptionally designed image of dwarves in gold by Tekka Bathsistipson. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of holy ink by the rack of influencing of the cloudy mirrors in the early spring of 100. Cool. Reminiscing. This is stream 10, so it's been we've been playing this for over 3 months. Because like the last month we skipped about a month, so more like 4 months. When did I start this? We started October 22nd. Oh, well, it's we're past the halfway mark. You know, once May comes around, that'll be my birthday and the anniversary of the channel, which is exciting. Like, that's 4 months away. And I had no idea what to expect when I started this, but it's pretty much been a mostly positive experience. Not that there's been any negative experiences, just things that make me reconsider it, like playing Warhammer 3. It's not that the people that watched weren't good. I just didn't enjoy playing the game anymore. Because it's harder now. And you know, like what I was doing with the showcase, like trying to play every lord, you know, what I found by doing that, like I made 33 episodes, is that a lot of the factions in the game are basically obsolete. Like Bretonia was a free faction for Warhammer 1. They just can't compete anymore. Like, the only reason I won any battles with the one faction was because they cheated. Like, some factions' units will give you a boost in auto-resolve, so you don't have to fight the battles manually. And that just makes you really lazy. Like, with the vampire counts, I have to fight the battles manually all the time because you can heal during battle as the vampires. Like, that's why I like them so much, because you can fight a battle pretty poorly and take a lot of damage, but as long as you have magic, you can recover. And some people say it's overpowered, but what about the factions that can't heal and still win fights, you know? Like, the vampires are like a strategist faction, where you know your units aren't that good, but if you use them the right way, you'll succeed. But sometimes you use them the wrong way and you succeed, like making blobs. Blobs shouldn't work, but because of the way the game is designed, they're very powerful. And in Game 1, they used to be super devastating for multiplayer, because you could build what was called a Death Star. So you'd take your whole army, put it in like a box, stack them on top of each other, and just move around like that. And you could heal your whole army with one spell. It was kind of cheesy. But they patched that out of the game, so you can't do that anymore. You can heal up to 4 units at a time. So that's pretty good, because when you overcast, you basically get 2 of the heals for free. So it's a really powerful spell. but only 2 factions can use it, the Vampire Counts and the Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast are pirates. They have their own lore of magic. It's not that good, but you can have vampire captains as a hero, and they have vampire magic, which is good. Vampire magic and shadow magic are probably the best schools of magic in the game. And the Vampire Counts have both. They have vampire magic, shadow magic, death magic, and some beast magic, depending on the lords. Beast magic is good early on. There's a spell called Flock of Doom. It's a circle of birds that come and attack the enemy. So if you make a blob, the enemy will blob up on you. They'll surround you, and you can use the spell to hit their entire army at once. Which is really good. But yeah, with Fallout 4, I think my next stream is episode 25, so that's 25 streams. Really good. That's the game I probably played the most. Well, not true. I played a lot of Fallout, but Warhammer 3 is what I played the most. Because of the vampire campaign. I have over 100 episodes, so that's over 100 hours. But the thing that bothers me about YouTube is you'll put one video out, it'll get 100 views, and then you put another video out and it gets 10. So I don't understand how that works. I don't know what I have to do to get people to watch stuff, but that's why you can't get too caught up in success. If you worry about success, you'll always be a failure. Because there's always someone doing better, right? I check out channels all the time and see how they've been growing. And some people are just lucky. They happen to get lots of views and their channel grows. I've been working not too hard. I'm not doing anything original. But you'd think I'd be a bit further. But it's no big deal. Just keep doing it. I try not to get too caught up in working hard, Because I could stream for 10 hours a day, and it's not going to get me anywhere, I think it's more important to stream consistently. If I stream every day, I'm always going to be streaming, and I'm always going to be growing. But, I took that break, and that definitely hurt me, but it hurt my channel, but it gave me time to recover. Because I was getting a little bit overwhelmed by it because of the weed smoking. So now that I'm not doing that, if I can get back into a weekly schedule and try to do it, 3-4 hours a day, then it'll grow eventually. Which is nice, because if you have a job, you can work really hard at your job, but you're not going to be any further ahead. But with this, as long as I keep making videos and keep doing live streams, eventually it'll get to a point where maybe I can make a bit of money off of it. But it'll take years. Some people get lucky and they grow really quickly in a year. But what they have to do is the stuff that I don't want to do. So I have a lot of Warhammer channels I'm subscribed to. And I just wouldn't want to play Warhammer every day. I wouldn't want to. I couldn't. And because of that, I have to come up with other stuff, and because I'm not focused on one thing, I don't really consistently get people to show up. And that's fine. People will sell you on ideas of success, and, it's great that they're doing well, but it doesn't work for everyone because of the algorithm. You can't predict what the algorithm's going to do. So, I put out one video, I get 50 views. I put out another video, I only get 10, That's just how it is. You have to just keep going. So that's why these streams are important, because, having you here, I can stick it out for, 4.5 hours while you do your shift. And it's good for both of us. And anyone else that's watching, hopefully you're enjoying it. It's an interesting game. Because you don't really have to do a whole lot. Yeah, I do the same games on the same day. That's what I was doing. I don't like playing yeah. It's the same game. Yeah. So like Mondays is Mass Effect, Tuesdays is Dwarf Fortress, Wednesday is Stalker, Thursday is going to be Skyrim. I used to play Skyrim on Saturdays because I did Total War on Thursday. But I want Saturdays off to make videos. Because I find what happens is I'll stream and then Zarek will be streaming and I'll want to watch that, so I won't make a video. So I'm going to have the weekend be for making videos and then just put them out throughout the week as I finish my streams. But yeah, even doing the same stream on the same day is no guarantee that you'll get people to watch, because like people will watch one stream and subscribe and then they'll watch maybe the VODs. They won't show up to any other stream. There's a couple people that I recognize from time to time. But, you know, usually people just want to watch. And that's fine. Like, people watch quietly, they subscribe. You know, that's good. You know, as long as they enjoy what I'm doing and I enjoy what I'm doing, it's all good. But yeah, like, I wouldn't want to do a game more than once a week. I kind of like having that break, because I get excited for the game again. You know, I kind of get worn out by doing stuff. Like, I don't have the endurance that I used to have. I used to be able to play games for 12 hours a day. Like, I'd stay up all night playing Rome 2. But I'm not like that anymore. And I'm glad I'm not. Like, I like having a regular sleep cycle. Yeah, I'll stay up till like 1 or 2 in the morning, but I wake up at the same time every day, which is 8 o'clock. And then Mom gives me my medication, right? So I have to be awake for that. But it's just hard to not want to keep snoozing because bed is just so comfortable. Excuse me. Yeah, like I'm getting tired. You know, I hope Zarek streams tonight because I'll be looking forward to watching a stream. To relax. Like you were saying, asking me if I wanted to learn to crochet. Like, you know, I don't really, like, I don't feel like anxious when I sit and watch. I kind of, when I do sit down, I'm pretty much, you know, committed to watching that thing. And when I don't want to sit down, I walk. So, you know, I'm pretty happy with the lifestyle that I have right now. There's just a couple of things that I'd like to do, which is exercise. You know, I've tried to exercise and eat a little bit more. Like, I've been gaining weight, but I think eating more is important because it's nutrition. And as long as I start exercising when the winter's gone, I'll be able to lose that weight that way. So they're still training. How's their training going? Adequate. Skilled lasher. Has a whip. I didn't know you could use a whip. That's cool. Skilled mace dwarf. They seem to come with their weapons. Usually. Shape it up, that's right. He must pray to Hode Submerge Sprays. Interesting name for a deity. Do I have any room? What's this? Time for you to go? Okay. No worries, Cindy. Alright, that's cool. Well, I'll hop off and I'll upload my video that I recorded, so... Thanks for hanging out with me today, as always. I always look forward to these streams. Love you. And see you and everyone else on the next stream next Tuesday. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Game over, man. Game over.